I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
For people to see it. You understand what I'm saying, brother? So all you gotta do is set up a debate with me and we can go over this. Or with anybody in the syndicate. It don't gotta be just me. But it's the syndicate versus
I heard you making comments on this artifact here, Port City, and I think it is disingenuous. I mean, it was. I think it was not. You were not being honest, right? I heard the comments that you made toward this artifact here, and bro, let's be serious in the work that we do, bro. Let's not just pick and choose the information, right? We only looking for the information that fits the narratives, right? If it goes against your narrative, you basically.
No, honestly, bro, we've seen those images before. That's not new. What you guys don't do is show these images. We see all of these, you don't show that one, you don't show this one. These are the majority of what these folks look like. That's the majority. That's the majority. That's the majority. That's the majority. Okay? So we don't look like that, man. Come on now. We got our own artifacts over there in Africa. You should know about that. Now, what I need you to really do is pay attention to the science behind what I'm talking about. I told you that Native Americans possess a mitochondrial haplogroup of A, B, C, D, Q, and X. When they did studies in 2018 or 16, they did studies on these people, and they found out that they possess a haplogroup of A, my brother. That's what you need to be on. What you're looking at is outdated information. It's not up to date. It's below par. It's substandard. It's mediocre. All right? And I'm not trying to say this to be funny. I'm saying this because it is what it is. I respect you as a brother, but when it comes to this types of scholarship, we got a problem. And if you want to address these problems on YouTube in a scholastic debate with anybody on the damn syndicate, I'm down, because it's the syndicate versus all you niggas who think we playing with this information. So, brother to brother.
Clout from y'all. I had that before I even came into your space. Let's not play. That excuse don't work. Space. So, if y'all don't want to show up and have the conversation, that's on you. Y'all shown up to other people's panels before. I'm not sure why it's a problem with me. I don't need clout from y'all. And I want to make it clear, I'm not talking about you, but I am talking about your boys. Find it funny when a bunch of grown men are afraid to come over to my panel and have a discussion. They go into the pseudos panels all the time. They go into other Pan-African lives all the time. They go into other natives' lives to go and debate and argue. But for some reason, nobody wants to come to my panel. I don't need clout from y'all. You go into all the pseudos panels before. I've seen you go into other native lives before. Why are you so afraid to come to mine? I don't need clout from y'all. Port City can show up 2 nights ago to Mono's live to go talk to Mateo. Why can't he show up to mine? Why can't you show up? Matter of fact, Mo and Sutin had a lot to say about my genealogy and my supposed percentage of native DNA. They had a whole lot of shit to say. Why aren't they showing up to out me, expose me in my own life around my own people? I don't need clout from y'all.
Peace, family. What's going on? What's going on? Peace. Shout out to everybody that's tuning in. The two of you that's tuning in. Make sure the two of y'all hit these likes. This is a late night feed we doing. I'm just gonna bring the fellas in. The topic of the night's discussion is like archaic human migration. That's been a big topic. We're gonna go over a little bit of that right now for you guys. What's up, fellas? Peace to everybody.
What up?
What's up? What's up?
Peace.
Freaking brown girl pride, yo. What's up with that shit?
She obsessed with the syndicate.
I haven't even been on this joint in a minute, man.
She want us to talk to her nice. Say it like this.
You right?
Say it
Like
like that.
your tone. Say it like this.
I feel bad we didn't send her an invite to this tonight.
You say it real slow. Asia.
The land way, way, way over there.
Big landmass. Yeah, but they wilding, man. Shout out to Blackwater, y'all. Blackwater's got a debate tomorrow. It will be on this channel tomorrow at 7:00. Make sure y'all say the date, lock that in. If y'all catch this on the replay, which I know ain't nobody gonna be up over on this side. Most of y'all be on TikTok anyway. But yeah, if you catch the replay, make sure y'all tune in Sunday. The debate. What's the name of the debate? It's like the Black folks Cherokees or some shit like that.
Yeah, bro. The Cherokees are black. It's weird.
Well, we know he gonna knock that out. But yeah, make sure y'all tune into that. But yeah, tonight we're just talking about migrations in general, particularly the people in of America. You know, the Paleolithic, and a lot of people have a problem with the East Asian origin of natives. It clearly is what it is. This is not us saying it. This is what the science is saying. That's what we're gonna stick to. That's what we're gonna go by. So, you know, I don't understand the confusion. Brown Girl Pride has a problem with that. I don't think I'm gonna address her personally no more. I'm over her right now. She actually agreed with me a while back pertaining the East Asian origin. She just didn't like the way I said East Asia. So that part I don't understand. And then she comes back. I thought we were done. Then she comes back weeks later, name dropping, making videos about us and stuff, and attacking the crew. I don't understand that. But the science agrees with what we're talking about, and that's all that matters. So, hey, did you want to go first, Mo, on showing something? Because I was gonna go over.
If he don't want to go, you can play the video and we can break that down. I sent everybody the video when she went live.
You told me to check the damn email, didn't you?
Yeah, do
trying
that
to break
first.
down that autosomal centimorgan shit.
Oh damn. Can you cue the video up, Mo, from your end?
Which video y'all talking about?
Because this is the one I think you just sent it to us.
Yeah, I sent two, but the most recent one is her live, where she was trying to break down the centimorgans in the
Haplogroups.
what was it? Y whatever.
Is she talking about autosomal DNA?
Yeah, autosomal and that centimorgan. Gap. What's called gap.
OFAX with 2 Z's.
Oh, yeah, I sent it to the Yahoo.
Damn, I can't pull it from right here right now. I'm trying to.
Yeah, let me go to my email.
You're supposed to be using the MoFax with 2 Z's. I gave them to Yahoo.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the chat.
They send too much shit. That's why I just made a different email for them to send a whole bunch of shit to. Let me see. Sure.
Shout out
Which
to everybody.
one is it? 950. You sent 2. One at 9.
It's gonna be the last one I sent.
All right, 959.
She straight up said, I didn't know what I was talking about when I was talking about out of Africa, the L haplogroup splitting off to M and N, and people in the rest of the world. And how you skip East Asia and then end up in America? If
you hear how she broke it down, I'm gonna play the video.
Please do that, because I don't think I heard the whole.
Y'all niggas gonna be on the floor when you see how she twisted this shit.
It's crazy, man.
And I thought it was just plain and cut like that she was skipping over. Her logic is fucked up. That's what it is. And they keep doing this competing thing because Africa has a I don't know. To me, it's not cool. It would have been cool if it was something like the multi-regional, where we just Africans and everybody else didn't come from us. So, but it's not like that. Africa is the origin of the human species, so that doesn't really make us that special. Like, you know, like I thought it was. So, but to them, they don't like coming from that. Mm-hmm. They don't like that. So they're trying to make their own little story. So they basically go, well, if you can believe that we all come from you, then we can just believe that we come from ourselves. And when I play the video, you're going to see the argument laid out flat. And she uses an example of a migration and a back migration in Africa to say, if you believe that, then why the hell we can't come from America? I was like, damn, that is...
Hold on. Let me get this straight. If there was an original out of Africa migration and there was a back migration, and if we can subscribe to that, why can't we subscribe to the same thing happening over here? Is that what she's saying?
Right. She's using a back migration after Africa was already populated.
Wow.
To make her argument as to if that logic applies, that you are still of African descent, even though they back migrated from Asia with a different haplogroup, then how the hell am I not just American?
Mm-hmm.
I say, y'all, if you think that's the same shit, you stupid as hell.
Roll the clip.
Not the same situation. Hold on, y'all want to play that one or this one?
You know, whatever addressing these points and stuff. Her denial of East Asia.
How long is this video? You gotta approve it first.
I already approved it.
Oh, you did?
I ain't looked at that one yet.
All right, there you go.
I was just gonna letting y'all play it if y'all wanted to break down what she said.
Bro, this is 7 hours. Did I click on the wrong?
No, that's the wrong one.
You said the last one you sent, which was 7:59. I mean,
okay, hold on. We're sending the other one.
Okay, hold on. I see one now at 10:51.
Who is G14 Indian? That shit funny as hell.
All right, I'm requesting again.
Hey, everybody, get these likes up. We appreciate y'all. Y'all know I don't stay up that late, so get these likes up.
Quick, fast,
please. Yeah, I haven't even checked my shit. So
all right, I'm gonna try.
I'm a fellow anti-native. Yeah. We're all apparently anti-native when we say the peopling of America has the East origin. Peace to everybody in the motherfucking chat tonight.
Okay, I see it. Let me download it.
Shout out to Not a Coincidence and the Mossy Warriors.
Ain't Rob about to do that one?
I have no idea what Rob is doing.
Because he did this.
He said he had some clips, so I don't know.
He did this video like 3 times. I ain't trying to get in his way. It's on his page.
Shout out to Rob.
Well, we can still look at it. Let me see.
I thought the Catalina chick was saying that she agreed with the migration patterns.
They be changing.
Sometimes,
bro, she said the land.
No, I got it. You ain't got it. I got
America and Mesoamerica, just so we're clear. One of the most famous ones is Monteverde in Chile, and those predate by thousands of years the land bridge theory. Therefore, proving that we did not arrive from Siberia, we did not come from anywhere else. We are the original people of this land, and therefore that was not a possibility.
Whoa.
Well,
That part. Yeah,
crazy, bro.
we are the original people. We didn't come from nowhere else. We're the original people of the land. That's the same shit the pretending say.
That sure is. And that's hypocrite. Y'all are being hypocrite. And it need to be called the fuck out.
And then when they get blasted on one of our lives, they try let me explain. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We already know what y'all talking about. You want to explain the way what you talking about because you fucked up.
Yeah.
You ain't come from nowhere else. So
Yeah,
where y'all come from? Y'all knew the human species? In the last 33,000 years, y'all knew.
Appreciate
It needs to be called out, man. Because we do this thing with the Pretendians all day, and the science can't prove that we're African, and then we can't use the science to prove your origin, like genetically speaking.
Genetically speaking.
You know what I mean? Like the problem is they don't study up on their shit, and it's the honest to God truth.
I don't think they care, bro.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think majority of them care.
Some of them do. Some of them do. I admit that. A lot of them do, but there's a majority of them that, like you said, they don't give a fuck, or they just don't believe. They just got their own way of believing their origin story. But we don't go with that. We go with what science tells us. That's it. Science.
Hey, listen, go get her.
She's invited. Yeah, I mean, if she want to show
you
up,
know where we at? We've been asking her to come over here for
bring her ass over here.
Yeah, she just want to argue with us on TikTok and says,
mine.
I debated film. You ain't debating, nigga. We just had a discussion and it got hostile.
And she like agreed with me. Whenever I remember when we talked, I told her I made a connection with the Siberian haplogroup and the haplogroup of the Americans. And she agreed with me. She honestly didn't like the way I said East Asia. And she tried to like shoehorn the debate, or no, she tried to shoehorn the conversation into autosomal DNA. That wasn't my argument. My whole shit was mitochondrial DNA.
Right.
That's it.
That's what I told her. I came to her live to talk about the autosomal DNA. She kept on bringing up haplogroups.
Right.
I already explained that to you. I'm not talking to you about no damn haplogroups. And then when she talks to you, she talks to you about autosomal DNA. Slick. Talk to the people that's talking about it.
That's how she tried to cross you up. I wasn't talking about autosomal DNA. I'm talking about the reason why I'm saying East Asia is because of mitochondrial DNA. The main damn reason. Let me know if you got that.
She confuses. Oh, it's an hour and like 40 minutes.
Oh shit! Oh nah, don't do that.
He said it like it was a damn 5-minute clip.
You can just play the beginning
that long breaking it down.
Where she was talking about her centimorgans and shit.
That old dumb shit. You know, skin pigmentation is autosomal. Skin pigmentation is old as hell. Melanin, as far as the dark melanin that we have, that shit's at least 1 million or 2 years old. No cap. Because before you left Africa, you needed your skin to be heavily pigmented. While you lived under those subtropic conditions while you was in Africa.
If they can't use autosomal DNA, then they're not related to none of those bones that they found.
Right.
Because they connected themselves through autosomal DNA to those ancient skeletal remains that were here. They didn't use the haplogroup because a lot of them don't have the haplogroup. Right? The X2A, they didn't have it. So how did you match yourself to it then? With autosomal DNA and Caribbean Crossfire, I think that's her name. She got up there and showed that she was like one of the few people, I think it's like her and 3 other people that was connected to the one with X2A, but on autosomal. I don't think she has the X2A haplogroup, just autosomal DNA. And what makes her, the Native Americans situation, unique versus, let's say, North Africans or Mediterranean people. We've been, fucking around for a long time over on the other side of the water. They just been over here tucked. So their autosomal studies are completely different because they were isolated. They're passing around the same genes over and over and over and over until we arrive. So she's in a unique position. It works way better when there's isolated people. So if they study some remains in like the Andaman Islands, it'll be different from studying autosomal DNA in North Africa. It's way too mixed up. But if you're isolated, you're just looking at them recombine and pass down the same shit until you see the colonizers or anybody visiting mix with their blood. But yeah, whenever she's ready for she won't accept that debate.
Yeah.
Neither will what's his face.
And she already agreed with me.
JP, what is his name?
I don't know.
JB, the
pseudo whisperer.
DJ.
He's pseudo.
And the one that make all them videos about niggas and shit.
Right. Won't pull up. He allowed to the live. Wasn't he a mod and everything? Like, bro, you in there. Just hop on the live and say, hey, I think we might be wrong about something. He ain't say shit.
He won't do that.
He just came in the live. Fuck you, nigga. I'm like, whoa, buddy.
Yeah, he won't do that.
Nigga thought he was in a safe space. Man, get your ass dropped, nigga.
Straight up.
Like he tough. He like, y'all ganging up on her. Even what's his name said that shit. Aiden. Y'all ganging up on her. What the fuck you talking about, nigga? You a Pan-African. You ain't never supposed to let no shit like that come out your mouth.
Yeah, he lost it.
That boy snapped. I didn't know if he was talking to me or talking to somebody else. I didn't know what was going on. I asked him specifically.
After this, it doesn't matter.
My bad.
No, you good. I ain't supposed to be talking about that anyway. Leave that on.
All right, here we go, fam. Get your tape decks ready.
After this, it doesn't matter. The line will always be European, always, until it connects back to the haplogroups in Africa. Just like mitochondrial DNA, they will all connect back to another haplogroup at some point. Okay? So you can have my granddaughter have a European haplogroup through her father, who's Afro-Indigenous, and have an African haplogroup through her mother, who she could also be mixed. Maybe she's African and European, right? So, but her mother was African and her father was European, and so forth and so on. So you can see how somebody here can have literally two separate haplogroups, but their middle, what they're growing up in, their culture, the rest of their ancestors is not reflected of those haplogroups. Maybe that was only the one white guy they came in, and that was it. There was no more white people after that. These were all African people. Or these were all Asian people. These were all indigenous people. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is the haplogroup that they are there. It's their fathers. So this is how you can get very confused. So you could have somebody who has maybe a 10 times great grandmother who's indigenous, but everybody after that, they have that one great grandmother that's indigenous, but everybody after that is African, European, Asian. It could be all kinds of different races after that. But they will all have that native haplogroup. So if they only have that one great grandmother that was native, and everybody else was everything but native, this person who has not been brought up in native culture, in any aspect of a native culture, even an amalgamation of a native culture, anything, you can see how they can then turn around and claim to be native off of this. But the same goes for us when we say African or European. I could claim to be European because my haplogroup goes to Europe, or I could claim to be African because my haplogroup goes to Africa. You see how that gets to be very dangerous waters for a lot of people, especially disenfranchised people of color. It could be very misleading where people think that because they have their haplogroup in a native haplogroup, that means that they're native and their ancestors are native. No, not necessarily. It just means you share a common ancestor. That's it. Any questions so far? So.
Shut up.
Yeah.
That shit sounds good, don't it?
Yeah, it look good.
You don't really study that shit. What she doesn't understand is we're not talking about post-colonial times.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking
Right.
about pre-colonial.
Pre-colonial.
You didn't mix with anybody.
Right. Archaic times. We're talking about Paleolithic times. Straight up.
I could say I'm African and I could say I'm European. We already know you're European, but that's beside the point. The natives didn't mix with anybody yet, but this is what she's trying to do. She's trying to insert herself. I could say I'm from Europe. She's masquerading. She is what she's talking about.
That's bullshit, because you can go to a cave in a bunch of those cave sites and sample the genetic DNA from an old artifact from the first peoples that was there, and it's going to come back either A, B, C. It's not going to say, well, it's mixed with this, it's mixed with that. No, it's going to be a more stronger content of the genetic makeup, because it's not been tampered with. It hadn't been introduced to anything else. It was the isolated version. So I got, she don't make no sense to me. It's weird. That's weird.
Natives are not from who, though? What are you talking about? All of these things are all social constructs. So when we're talking about DNA, none of these DNA things actually have a race or an ethnicity attached to them. That's false advertisement by these ancestry companies.
Cat. She's lying. So this is what she's confusing y'all. And if you black, you should know about eugenics. This is what her argument is. Her argument is that we know what a social construct is, right? And I could, so I'm not freestyling, right? And here's the thing about social constructs. So a social construct is any category or thing that is made real by convention or collective agreement. Socially constructed realities are contrasted with natural kinds, which exist independently of human behavior or belief. Okay, so these are things that are agreed upon. They obviously stem out of any out of social interactions, and they have necessity for use by humans or whatever collectively. Socially constructed realities are contrasted with natural kinds, right? So with a social construct, let's just use the example of black. When they say we're black and they're referring to us as dark, Negro, Negra, and all of that, that's actually real.
Mm-hmm.
We are really melanin rich people. That is a real thing. But are we cursed by God and you can put us into slavery and we don't have rights? No. Social constructs are not completely negative. That's not how that works. She thinks she can throw the whole thing in the trash because somebody misused it, which is her people. Coincidentally, your people misused it, so you're trying to throw the whole thing in the trash. No, we can be black, we can be dark skinned, we can be chocolate, melanin rich, however you want to call it, call it whatever you want. It's irrelevant. The point is, we know that they're talking about us. We know we have a unique look to us, specifically our skin. It sticks out like a sore thumb, and it is something that's real. When you decide to use it for sinister things, that's your problem. And that's where it stops at. The same way with genetics. If somebody takes genetics and creates a system where it says, okay, if you have this, then you are less than. If you have that, then you are greater and superior. Does it mean the genetics are fake? The genetics are real, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the person decides to use the genetics for something that's not really, civil, something that humans shouldn't be using it for. We're supposed to be learning how to better understand our environment and ourselves and move forward that way, just with the facts and how we can utilize them to help all of us as a whole. If you want to use it to separate people and overpower people and steal their shit, steal their women, steal their land, take their traditions, send them across the water, that's something that you're doing. And once that person is not doing it anymore, we can keep the science. We don't have to throw the genetic studies and us having dark skin and other people having lighter skin, showing that you most likely come from this part of the world. And if you look like this, you probably come from that part. We can still use it as long as we don't abuse the goddamn science. So that's where she's confused at. And she's doing it. Let me tell you why she's doing it. You got two different people. You have people who do this because they don't trust the Europeans at all. We have a lot of people like that in the indigenous community and in our community, right? And matter of fact, indigenous people around the world, period. So you have those people who are just like nervous. They don't feel like going through shit anymore. They want to get stabbed in the back. We know that you might do something crooked. If we just follow everything you say, we're trying to be cautious. And that leads to extreme lack of exposure and just scared of change and just thinking that somebody is a certain color, they're going to be your enemy. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
You got people like her who are trying to use it to their benefit because she's trying to be native. She needs to be accepted as a native, so she needs to throw it in the trash. If I use mix, if I use haplogroups, if I use intermingling and admixture, if she uses any of these terms, it's going to prove that she's a European.
East Asian.
Right, if she gets, or a leader of the Asia. But if she doesn't use them, then she can just masquerade. She can freely roam about and just be like, yo, I'm native. And that's it. You can't add no mixture to it because mixture is from social constructs and race isn't real. And we're just all human beings. And I was here first, though. Yeah, their social constructs are not scientific.
Mm-hmm.
They still can be used. They're still real. The way we divide each other up, the way we describe each other, you describing how someone looks is real. Somebody could write a paragraph describing all of these things that you look like. They don't have to judge you. They don't have to say this person's going to be my slave. They don't have to do none of that. They can go, look, he had this curly hair, he had this broad nose, big shoulders. His wife had this big ass thing in the back. I don't know what the hell it was. He had these locks coming down his hair with the fucking dyed tips. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to know who that is. So you can use it. They say it's a black man. You know what that is. It doesn't, just don't abuse your power. That's how the shit works. But she is mixed, and mixed is not something that is not scientific. You can have a mixture in your DNA. You can be called a race. We can use race. We don't need to abuse it.
Right.
It's a difference. Y'all good?
Yeah. Go ahead, brother. Yeah.
What they're showing you is they're showing you the region in which your people are from. My region is going to be in the Southwest. That's where most of my indigenous ancestry comes from, is the Southwest, which lines up with my genealogy to the Tewa people, since people said I don't know who my people are. Those are my direct line, lineage, furthest, closest to us before we got detribalized. It's Tewa Pueblos. But you can go further back and you can find Zuni, you can go further back and you can find in my genealogy records, not in my DNA, in my genealogy records, where they go, because you're not going to see a difference between Zuni and Hopi, or Tewa and Zuni, or Tewa and Hopi. You're not going to see a difference. That's why any DNA test that claims they can find you, your clan or your tribe, is lying. It's a scam. The only thing they can find is where your ancestors, where your family region is from. So if you have mostly African, quote unquote, African DNA, that means that your recent ancestors, because it goes back to 5 to 6 generations, your recent ancestors, where there's no noise, come from the region in Africa, what we now call Africa. That means their mothers' mothers and their fathers' fathers also come from Africa, because that's all that's being passed down. You're not getting passed down an African gene. No. What you're getting passed down is all these mutations specific to that region. So let's say, for example, a lot of people in a particular region have sickle cell disease, right? And they carry that trait for sickle cell. That's not a common thing over here. But if they see that I have this trait pop up, then that automatically says you have an ancestor from Africa, because that's where this trait originates.
Wrong. Guess what? I got both. I have thalassemia, the East Asian sickle cell trait. I mean, well, they used to think it was sickle cell, but it's called thalassemia. It comes in 3 different forms: beta, minor, intermediate. Matter of fact, I think it's 4 of them. But I have the trait for that, and from my mom's side, and my dad has the sickle cell trait. So I have the African one and the East Asian one. Thalassemia is it's just a different form of malaria that East Asians and some Europeans and Middle Easterns had to deal with. That was different from the African malaria. And they formed the same type of weird shaped blood vessels to deal with it. So that's not how that works. They used to label all of it from America, Europe, all of it was just labeled sickle cell. Now, if you look it up, they have specific terminologies for the ones in the Middle East, Europe, and the Americas versus the ones that are in Africa. That's how they separate. I think Avanta told us this shit a while ago, but I had just found out that I had them. And it ended up proving what Vanta said correct. That was different forms of what they call sickle cell.
So basically, you're East Asian.
No. No, that's just somebody, you know. But my shit popped up. I think I had Indonesian. I had a pretty decent amount of Indonesian on my shit, so it could have came from there. And I had something from the Middle East, one of those islands over there. So I think that was like a total of 4% from those regions. So it doesn't have to be East. Yeah. It's just more dominant in the East Asia. So that's why I think my doctor said East Asia, or his ass was on TikTok or something. But it could, don't get it twisted. It can be Europe. That's just what my doctor said. It could be Europe, Middle East, but it's mostly in East Asia. And he's just assuming because I'm in America, his ass is from the Middle East. But he's assuming that since I'm in America, that's where the hell it came from. But yeah, that's cap.
So they're going off all these different genetic mutations and traits that occur in certain regions. And from there, that's how they assign quote unquote African or quote unquote native or European or Asian, right? Because it's just showing a region. That's it. You can never, ever, ever get down to a tribe or a clan. Any questions so far? Anybody can come up and ask questions.
Yeah, like who told you that?
I'm going to take a little break.
So is she saying when they tested all of these different people around, where she's been on these panels arguing with people, telling them that none of them are connected to any of the skeletal remains here at a certain date? Only the natives are. What did she mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
How is your tribe connecting to the skeletal remains and the skeletal remains connecting to you? How does that happen if you can't do it?
Right. And if there's no East Asian origin.
How much of this Suitin?
He said that shit like an hour long.
Yeah, this is an hour and 46. We don't have to go through it all. I just wanted to fresh reminder of our talking point. But
I'll play a little bit more.
You're welcome. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted clarity on what you were talking about. Are you looking at a study? Like population genetics, or are you looking at somebody's personal?
Looking at a study.
Is that a study or somebody's? Whatever you were just talking about, because you said L, B, the stuff you were just talking about.
No, I was explaining how haplogroups work. Wasn't looking at a study.
Oh, so that's not coming. Oh, okay.
I was explaining how the actual genetics work, the biology works. Do you know how the actual biology works?
Yeah, somewhat. So when you said B and L, what is that coming from? Is that a hypothetical? Right, yes, it's a hypothetical, but these things do happen and these things do occur. Yes, but those are hypotheticals that do occur. Well, I mean, B, when you were speaking about B and L haplogroups just now, that's not yours or your friends, or that's just an example? Yes. So, like, I haven't tested my mitochondrial DNA because it doesn't really give me any information that I need. So I'm not wasting my money on it. But I know other.
She said her shit was most likely B though at one time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, her shit. Yo,
she just sat there and said that.
Yeah, she had said, because I had connected a video and she said, well, my haplogroup is probably B. B haplogroup originated in East Asia 50,000 goddamn years ago. So she lost that whole conversation.
Women in my family and in my region, in the New Mexico, Southern Colorado region, that all tests for B. So it's most likely I'm B. Because
exactly. So she don't need to be arguing about me, about I don't know what I'm talking about when especially about this mitochondrial DNA and the origin, about the people of America. The people of America, genetically speaking, come from haplogroup A, B, C, D, Q, and X. These haplogroups originated in East Asia 50,000 years ago. When they left East Asia, they went to Siberia and they connected with the Siberians. This population stayed isolated for 20,000 years before they peopled America. And those people became the ancestors of Brown Girl Pride and all of the other natives. So this, we don't know what we're talking about, is bullshit. So I don't understand why she likes coming over here fucking with us, because what we saying is true. It's scientifically backed up.
Because we all have relations to each other. We all have distant cousins and relatives to each other. So I'll most likely be haplogroup. I'm not gonna waste my money.
B was a you were using B for more than an example. That's something that's most likely. But what about L?
Right. So
where was L coming from?
So for example, let me flip it back. All right. So what I was saying is, so when we're looking at, let's say my son, he marries somebody, okay, that has L haplogroup. My granddaughter isn't going to have my mitochondrial DNA because I don't have no daughters. My son can't pass my mitochondrial DNA down to me. So my granddaughter's mitochondrial haplogroup will not be B. It'll be whatever her mother's mitochondrial haplogroup is. So if her mother's haplogroup is L, that's what my granddaughter's haplogroup will be. If her haplogroup is E, that's what my daughter's haplogroup will be. If it's A, if it's X, if it's whatever it is, whatever all the other haplogroups are, that's what my granddaughter's haplogroup will be. It won't be mine. Essentially, my mitochondrial DNA line dies off. Now, my granddaughter is still my granddaughter, but she's not mitochondrially DNA connected to me through mitochondria. She's DNA connected to me through autosomal, but not through mitochondria. So again, all these lines will eventually connect back to each other. Each haplogroup eventually connects back to Africa at some point. So they're just basically stops, like you guys have said, stops along it. But all these families, whether they're from Africa, Europe, Asia, or Native America, they all eventually connect back to the same mitochondrial line at some point.
Yeah, that's true. And so now with autosomal, right? Are you stating that scientists in the field do not use autosomal DNA to check ancient connections to modern people?
No. When I was correcting Port, he was talking about these Ancestry DNA tests. The Ancestry DNA tests, they set their threshold at around 5 to 6 generations, because anything beyond that is noise. So you can connect to population groups, but you can't connect to actual people through your autosomal DNA. So you can connect to ancient groups, yes, but it's just going to connect you to a population group. It's not going to connect you to an actual person. So you're going to have a common ancestor with your autosomal DNA if you're going back beyond those timeframes. Where you're going to get your most information from is in that first 5 to 6 generations, because you're going to have larger CMs, larger segments of DNA to compare. The further you go back, the smaller the segments of DNA you have to compare, so it becomes more noise, and it just kind of says,
You good, bro? You stopped it?
Mike, y'all hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know if I'm about to say this because I can't remember exactly how I pushed the shit in. But what she also mistakes is the recombination issue, right? So when she talks about recombination and how the child is born, they get a portion from each parent, and then on as you go back, the percentage goes down, or going all the way back to the grandparent, great grandparent, and then she starts using this term called noise, where they can't detect it. That's irrelevant. It's partially true what she's saying, but for the sake of the argument that we're having, the noise is irrelevant because we're talking about her and her people allegedly being an isolated people over here for tens of thousands of years, right? They're over here by themselves, right? And at least coming out of Asia and here together for tens of thousands of years, right? So you're isolated away from all the other people that she could use to say, okay, they just mixed in with us, so that's why you see that there. No, when you go back to a certain point, you guys are passing down, like I said earlier, the same DNA. So a recombination for a North African or somebody in the Mediterranean or the Levant region is different from somebody recombining DNA over hundreds of generations between Native Americans. Your recombination can present the same genes that you've been passing around to each other the whole time with no outward interference from Europe, Africa, and other places in the world. So that's what she keeps getting that confused. And then the gauge thing, where she says that they turn it down, they mess with the threshold. She thinks that blocks off any of your great grandfather or grandmother passing you any DNA from East Asia. They can still pass you the DNA. Determining exactly where and when the shit happened and pinpointing it to a particular person is going to be complicated, but you can still have it from the recombination. Meaning she could, let's say they were in the East Coast, her family was in, where is she at? I think her tribes are from like the South or some shit, right? Like Mexico. So let's say she's in North Mexico, and then her family migrated after thousands of years staying there to this new people group in South Mexico that they don't really know or whatever. And let's say they got a different haplogroup and other genes that they are preserving. They mix with each other. They can still pass ancient DNA to their children, even though they come from two different places and didn't interact with each other for so long. They still both trace back to Asia, and they've been passing around these genes. So you're just passing around more of those genes that you brought over here. You see what I'm saying? It's completely different. She's using our argument from colonial times.
Right.
Our argument for her migration and her people, and I'm tired of saying this because she's not even native, but for the sake of this, we have to keep talking like that. Like, this is really fucking my brain up. But for her people, there's no one here mixing with her yet. So that chart she has up there where she's showing this example is irrelevant. The recombination and the thresholds, it's all irrelevant because we're talking about people who were isolated. The Native Americans have one of the most unique stories. If you ever look at what is those people called? Them they thought they were black. Is that Senegalese?
Senegalese?
I think it's the Senegalese people, whatever, or any isolated tribe, right? They just found another one in the Amazon.
Oh, the Sentinelese.
I was gonna say, hold on, not Senegalese.
Okay, yeah,
Senegalese is that black.
My bad. Sentinelese. Like, I don't know how to say that. But y'all know what I'm talking about, right? You know, some of them kind of short. They had them bodies on the side of the mountain and all that crazy shit. But yeah. So whenever we find any isolated people, there's a very unique thing going on with their genetics because of their isolation. And that happened with the Native Americans. And they preserved a lot of history, a lot of culture, a lot of bones, a lot of things are untouched in their DNA and in the grounds of America. It was a gold mine for discovering things, but unfortunately, they didn't find as many human remains as they wanted to. They wanted to find multiple layers like they found in Africa and Europe. And when they couldn't do that, we showed y'all plenty of times that they started planting those things. But her getting rid of that story and trying to get rid of how that science works is going to be detrimental to her. That's why she turns into a pseudo. We see her slowly turning into what we call a pretendian, and her sources don't check out with her. But I don't know how I correct her.
Yeah, you kind of belong to this population group, or you kind of go to this population group, but we can just only give you a common ancestor. We can't give you a direct ancestor from that. The closer you are, we can give you a direct answer. We can say it's your first cousin or your grand aunt or, a half sibling. We can say it's a second cousin or a great aunt or a great grandparent or, something like that. We can narrow it down to a certain amount of time, but we can't go any beyond that as far as directly pointing out this is a cousin, this is an aunt, this is a grandparent. Once you go back beyond that, some will go maybe up to 9-10 generations, but most go 5 to 6. Once you go back there, it's more noise. It just puts you to a population group, not a person. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. So you never heard of the halving? You heard of halving, right? HALVING.
Having, yes, your
Yeah.
So that's what your autosomal does. It gets cut in half.
Recombined, right?
Huh?
It gets recombined, right?
Well, it gets recombined with a new set of genes. So if
Now, right there, that's where we got to stop. It's not always a new set of genes. Right. So yeah, I did tell her. That's exactly what her issue is. She thinks that the noise means that all of the DNA from your great grandparents is gone, and he's just passing down a new set of genes.
No. They won't be able to connect anything if that was the case, yo.
Oh shit. This lady tough. That's why they don't know. It's not because it's just foggy and it's just noise and we don't know what's back there and we can't use this. It's because they don't know how much is still present from your greats. They can, right. You can still have a lot of DNA from them, but they can't determine where it came from, and that's why they use masking. You ever heard of? Okay, that's cool. Then we agree. So let me get to the next part. Then we agree. We agree. Okay, this is recorded. You got it recorded. We got it recorded. We agree. So now what's masking?
She got a problem.
I didn't even notice she agreed with that. That's crazy.
But she's just like arguing, man. She's just like arguing with us, yo. She'll agree with you, but she'll still argue with you. That's why I don't even, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you said it the right way. That's why. That's why she agreed. Right. The way you said it. Your voice, your octaves wasn't too high.
If you don't like the way I say the shit.
And I'm freestyling on it. I was freestyling on it. Ever heard of masking?
Masking, yes. Like a pseudogene?
Like with the X28 they did with the Kenwick man? When they knew that there's recent admixture in the testing of the modern people because of European admixture, Africans coming over and all that, they masked the autosomal DNA to cover up the admixture from recent times so they can match the ancient DNA. Yeah. Oh,
it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. So what they're doing is they're taking samples from all these different skeletal bones. So as we know that they've dug up skeletons that are from the 1800s, 1600s, so forth and so forth. So what they're doing is they're taking these segments, and yes, masking does occur. They're taking these segments and they're showing where they line up at. So they're saying, okay, this came here and this became because of this, and they use triangulation techniques. So because of this, we know that at this point, this European ancestor came in and was with a native woman, right? So you get that, you know where that happened, and then you can go and take that and go from there. You have to find the other ancestors' bone or DNA that connects to that. So you have to triangulate it.
Shut the fuck up.
No. What? You gotta triangulate it.
It's lying.
What was that about, yo?
The reason why they masked the DNA, bro, she did it, and she's so. This is if y'all think that this is y'all people, you're sadly mistaken. And I'm not saying it just because of her European percentage, right? Right. I mean, I don't need to break down what that really means with the databases and all that, because we all just, we like to talk about our percentages. It makes us feel well, right? There could be other things going on in her blood, but I'm telling you, whether she is more your people or not, this is not for you. We all got imposters and people that's not for us in our own communities, in your own family. They'll be at the funeral and killed you, right? Shit happens like that. But this lady is full of shit. And you can see it the way she keep on moving her hands, grabbing shit. Like if an FBI agent broke this shit down, I'm telling you, they were like, yo, ma'am, shut the fuck up. She's
lying. This was an interrogation. Spell that shit, yo.
Yeah, y'all ain't see how hard she was blinking. That's what I was paying attention to. Like, damn, bitch, how many times you gonna blink?
You got to take the
How many
ancestor,
eyes?
and then the other one that made it with them, they see, oh, that was because your grandma slept with that person. Then you reach over there and you grab that, bring that back. That was their ancestor, and pretty much you triangulate it. All they did was
freestyle on your ass too, nigga.
Right? They say you want freestyle, my shit is fire though. They saw that X2A in the Kenwick, or is that what's his name? Kenwick man. Yeah. Right. They saw his DNA and they was like, wait a minute, they got that shit in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So they said, well, I know, are we tripping? Did he come over here? Or is this like, in order to figure it out, you mask the recent admixture. It is easy to see what was admixed because these people have been here for so long by themselves. It's not that much. You can just use a different data set and see these are all natives who are not mixed. Right. So, and then you can see like what entered the DNA. These are foreign things that have entered the DNA. They blocked it off. Ain't no X2A popping up from recent times. And it was still there. The same markers, the same shit from the people who have X2A. And what is that? Eurasia?
You're right. Yeah. Eurasia.
And that's how they figured it out. This was not from recent admixture. This was from ancient times.
Ancient times. And they were like, well, damn, he must have peopled in there around that time. X2 is one of those weird haplogroups, but it's still an Asian origin haplogroup. You have a X split off in Africa, and then the X2A ended up in North America. X2A, yeah, X2A.
Yeah, but then all of the other letters and shit that come off of the X2A, 3B, you know, all those other numbers. That's why they got AOO. AOO, the OO is to show that there's no number yet. It's just it's the first one, A and zeros.
Exactly.
Everybody else got to have the letter with all the numbers and the letters after that shit.
And the whole makeup of their subclades is based on the isolation. The subclade haplogroups, the founding ABC, Q and X, they're subclades of the standstill that happened for 20,000 years. She can't get around that shit.
Yeah.
That's just is what it is.
All right, I'm gonna do a little bit more.
Yeah, go for it.
Once you triangulate it, then you can connect that segment from this population group right now to someone from 3,000 years ago. And then you connect those segments to somebody from 10,000 years ago. And so then that's how you get that masking. So you can push down that autosomal DNA from that mixture that happened. But when we're talking about haplogroups, that's how you have all these sub-haplogroups. When you're still talking about haplogroups, if you're talking just the Y DNA or the mitochondrial DNA, you're talking about one line. When you're talking autosomal DNA, it's both lines. So you can see that from the mother and the father and how those migrations occurred within those small regions. Does that make sense?
Kinda. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Where they're masking. Well, what is the reason for Can you just tell me what the reason they're masking it for when they did the testing with the Kenwick man?
They're looking at the smaller population groups and they're looking at the combination of autosomal DNA. You got that recombination that happens, right? So when an admixture occurs, that it recombinates into and it passes down. So what you're having is when you're looking at the autosomal DNA that's going back ancient, right? It's only going to put you to a population group. That's it. It's not going to put you to a direct answer. So I'm not going to be able to say, I got a direct ancestor that is Mayan, because it puts it to the Mayan population group. It could. It's a huge, Mayans had a large territory, but just as an example, right? Well, let's say Toltec, or let's say, Raramuri or something like that. So any of these groups, you're going to have smaller subclades eventually, because these are smaller population groups. So population groups, you're going to have more common DNA. For example, like I said, Northern DNA versus Mexican indigenous DNA, when you guys looked at my DNA. So that Northern DNA that I have most likely came from an Apache or Dene ancestor, because their migration started up north. So they had adaptations to the northern part of the Americas. When they migrated down to the southwest and intermixed with the Pueblos and the Raramuri and the Yaqui and all of those people down in there, then you're going to have part of your admixture from Mexican indigenous and part of your admixture from northern indigenous. So when you have to use it as a tool to connect all the dots. You have to know the history. You have to know when these migrations occurred, and then that's how you can start connecting these smaller haplogroups to these smaller populations. And they kind of just go out and out and out. They don't just stay in. Like, you can't go to a direct ancestor that far back. You can only.
Okay, I can't stick it anymore. Shit cutting out.
It seemed like that shit was fading in and out.
What the hell is she talking about? You know?
Yeah, she don't got a good understanding of this shit, man.
I wanted that push so bad I didn't even know she wasn't like, yo. When I go back and look through this shit, this lady is full of shit. She knows that the crowd does not understand what is going on, and that's not to say that her people are not smart or anything. It's just no one has the time to do this type of shit. There's shit that I'm studying right now, and I still don't get it yet. And maybe it's gonna take some more months until I keep trying to figure out somebody who can say it easier for me to understand or get familiar with a lot of definitions. Whereas I could read a sentence with 2 or 3 of these big ass confusing words that I never use or use, and I could understand it and try to use it in a sentence. She's not doing all of that. She just knows, well, I know what you guys don't know, right? And I can take my little bit of knowledge and finesse it. Mm-hmm. It's hustling. It's Brooklyn magic. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all. It's the gift of gab. She knows how to talk. We all know how to talk, but it comes to a point where you have to have some type of discipline and actually tell the truth and just admit when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and take some correction. She couldn't do it. She has to be right. She already agreed with me. And I didn't even see that happened that quick. Mm-hmm. She agreed, and it's over with. They use it for ancient DNA. That's the end of it. And 90%
of the time she agrees with niggas, man. And like she'll agree, but she likes to be argumentative. Totally.
Contrarian. Yeah, she was, when I ran into it a year ago, when I first came to TikTok, she was saying shit like the out of Africa theory is just a theory. Mm-hmm. Right. So first you trying to bang against out of Africa, and second, you don't understand how a scientific theory works. Right. Now you're the expert a year later, pulling out TED Talk videos and shit. It's a scam, bro. It's a cap.
Oh, shit.
Big cap.
This another one you got, right?
Oh wait, hold on, wait, y'all chop it up for a second. I gotta pull up the article sheet. Okay,
but yeah, she's wilding, man. And my argument from the jump was mitochondrial peopling of America. And she all of a sudden cussed me out. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, port. And that's when I connected the goddamn Chachi people, which is the Siberian folks, and their haplogroup connected with the natives. They even look the same. You know, so I think she agreed. Like at first she bucked, and then all of a sudden she was like, well, it's the way you say it. You can, like, she's just like arguing with us, man. Like this.
As soon as I got there, I think y'all started recording after. She was like, well, we might. Oh wait, I think that's when she came to my live.
She was
like,
cool.
Yeah, so what's up? She was like, oh well, we need to establish what's going on because we might not be in a disagreement. That's not what all of the videos you done posted 125,000 videos, nigga. We are clearly in some type of beef. I don't know what the fuck it is, but you do because it's your mouth that keep moving like that.
Mm-hmm. And y'all, for those who don't know, like we all used to be cool with her. She used to be cool with us once upon a time, but that ship doesn't sail. It's like once we start talking about human migration out of Africa, that's when the shit went left with her. Because everything we were saying, she was all right with that shit. But as soon as we start talking about peopling of America, haplogroups, we start talking about genetics. Nah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. We was here all along. Hold on, man. How we gonna use this shit to prove that we African, but we can't use this shit to prove how y'all got here in America? Make no mistake about it, y'all been here the first. We trying to like genetically map this shit down and connect it with human migrations, part of the human migration shit. And you need science, you need genetics to be able to do that. The artifacts and stuff that they found in East Asia, the artifacts that they found in America. So I mean, we got to explain the shit scientifically in order to get the knowledge out. But we have a few people that's on that side, not all of them, because there's a lot of them that love the science and they subscribe to it. I think it makes a better argument against the fucking Patinians. That's why I was bringing this shit up all last year anyway.
Right.
That's the best argument. The genetic argument is a dagger for them niggas. Because they can't get out of the L. We got to take the L all day. And that's why them niggas don't like taking DNA tests. That's why them niggas talking about lizards and shit spitting in the damn tube and shit like that.
Said the same thing.
Yeah, they said the same shit. I think that's what it boils down to. That they gonna get the test back. That Asian population shit gonna pop up.
It's gonna pop up.
But if she started fucking with us, we was on the live with Tristan, and it was BGP, and Mo was trying to read a study. And every time Mo was about to hit the study where it hurt, they kept cutting this nigga off. I'll never forget that shit.
What type of study was it? Was it a genetic
study? You gotta ask Mo. I forgot.
What happened?
Cause she cut us the fuck off, bro. Like I still scratch my head on how she just did this 360 with us, yo. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like this originally with her, with us. She was cool with us. As long as we was pushing nigga shit in, she was cool. But when we start talking about like the truth about genetics and how we separate who the Africans really are and who the goddamn Native Americans really are, that's when the fucking shit went crazy. And some people just like the pseudo bag better. We grew out of the dirt. That shit sound better than we originated from East Asia, apparently.
We always been here. We ain't come from Siberia and shit.
And I've been trying so long and hard not to bring this shit up. Ask Susan.
Well, Mo kept saying, and eventually, we're gonna cross that path where some of them gonna get upset.
Yeah.
And he kept saying, don't forget that they believe some of the same shit.
And the reason
is you got some groups of people that are black and they saying it. That's what the problem is. You can't be black and be pseudo with my information. I can be pseudo with my information, but you can't. That's what it is.
That's exactly what it
is. They see all of the Pretendians' DNA. They look at their majority and say they African. She takes a DNA test. She takes her least amount, or the second least, third least, whatever the fuck it is, the 25%. She take the 25 instead of taking the 50 European because people violated. We all got violated, and right when it happened, our people went right back to black. I don't know what the hell your people was doing. I'm not trying to downplay it or make fun of them or disrespect your history, but I don't see how the hell you could be what the hell you are today if your family was so focused on this shit. That's something you got to take up with your family and take out those issues with them. Right now, as it stands today, when you take the test, you are a European. If that's not the case, then leave the Pretendians alone because they have to take their majority. How are you special? You're so special that when you take a DNA test, you don't have to take the majority, but the niggas do. Well, how does this happen? She is just full-blown European right in front of our faces.
Yeah, she tried to play me like that. Also, you're making light of the grape that my answer, lady. Don't you know I'm fucking African American?
Right? Like, what the fuck?
What is you talking about, bro? The same shit happened, plus more.
Trauma
Right.
Olympics, bro.
That's what she tried to. That was her last move when I said she wouldn't take the majority, and everybody got quiet. I was like, so she ain't supposed to take the majority? Aiden said,
Hold on. Her shit is
Aiden said,
majority.
that's not how I see it. Oh, okay, he did
Yeah,
that.
majority is Spaniard. She 46 to be exact. She 46% Spaniard.
That's a lot.
And I said 35, and she corrected it with 25. So that's why I'm saying 25 now, y'all know. She said 25. That's what she said. So I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know if she's using two different tests. Or
I was giving her grace for 35 because it was covered up a little bit and it looked like a 3, but hey, it could have been a 2. Shit, 25.
Hey, 25, nigga, bro. I ain't gonna have no 25% West African and be black. That's not happening. I'm gonna have to. I mean, I may be able to blend in with the family and grow up with them and fight and go extra hard. What you looking at, Nick? It may work like that. But I'm not about to just take no damn test and show somebody 25% and just get a pass. Oh, yeah.
You got to get that 80, yo. That 75 plus, nigga.
Bro, we got to come over and show me a goddamn 60 or something, a 55, a 51. Like, come on, you can't give me no 25. That ain't going to work. You can say Nick.
Yeah.
Won't be no egg coming off that mother.
Yep, and if anybody that's black disagrees with her, she deems you anti-native.
You're anti-indigenous.
They're anti-native. That thought don't even come to my mind. How can I be anti something I'm not even thinking about? That is tough. We mind our business over here. Oh, you can play it now.
Anti-pseudo.
The article.
This study. The human Y chromosome haplogroup RVA8, a paternal genetic record of early mid-Holocene trans-Saharan connections and the spread of Chad languages. Now, there's an important part of this I want you to pay attention to. Although human Y chromosomes belonging to haplogroup R1b are quite rare in Africa, being found mainly in Asia and Europe, a group of chromosomes within the paragroup RP25 are found concentrated in the central west part of the African continent.
Keep that part in mind, what she just said. She just said they're found isolated in the western central area or central west area of Africa. Keep that in mind when she tries to do this comparison and try to say that our logic is flawed.
Talking about the paternal haplogroups on this one?
Is it paternal? Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where they can be detected at frequencies as high as 95%. Phylogenetic evidence and coalescence time estimates suggest that RP25 chromosomes or their phylogenetic ancestor may have been carried to Africa by an Asia to Africa back migration in prehistoric times. Essentially,
pay attention to that too. Back. That a 4-letter word. Back. And then watch what she does when she goes and starts talking about the migrations with her people. There is no back. So right. you can't be comparing these two migrations.
Once that ice melt, nigga, it was a wrap. It was stuck over that jump.
Actually, what that says is that during the Palestine period, a haplogroup in Eurasia emerged. And then they went back into Africa, which means there are a group of West Central Africans that have a haplogroup originating in Eurasia. Now, per your logic and how you're trying to explain us as being descendants of Asians, then that would mean that group, that specific people group in West Central Africa would be the descendants of Eurasians, since that haplogroup originated in Eurasia.
This nigga is slow
as shit.
Yo, this nigga is so fucking crazy. Listen, bro. They're already in Africa. They leave.
Hold on. They originated in Africa.
In Africa.
Let's be clear.
They left.
This the
And guess
origin.
what? They left people in Africa.
Right.
They come back into Africa and they mix with the people who stayed in Africa. She's comparing that to, is there going to be an isolated, what they call it, a localized region where people are having their traces back to Eurasia? Of course, no shit. But you can't say that we're descendants or Africans are descendants of people from Asia because somebody back migrated. We're already populated. So what you have is an influence from a back migration that happened. Humans already exist there. Now let's go to the other side. Let's go over there to the Americas up in the north, right? And look at this empty landmass from top to bottom. It's empty of humans. My bad. Let me correct that. It's empty of humans. There's no humans there. Then you show up. Then somebody else shows up. And then another wave shows up. Somebody comes across the coastline or whatever. There's nobody there. So when it says that you descended from those ancient Asians, it's different. You're not leaving from America, then going into Eurasia and then coming back to America. You're the first one over here. So you're just populating the Americas with your type of humans. It's that simple. You can't compare the two. There are two different types of migrations. She said, per your logic. That's not our logic. And that's West Central Africa, where people have been existing for millennia. Then we go to her article. Let's go to your article, man. I forgot how to present. I gotta do that before.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've been on this joint.
I gotta pick this. I'm on there.
Yeah, you good.
Okay, look at phylogenetic evidence and coalescence time estimates suggest that RP25 chromosomes or their phylogenetic ancestor may have carried to Africa by an Asian, may have been carried to Africa by an Asia to Africa back migration in prehistoric time. Here we describe 6 new mutations that define the relationships among the African RP25 Y chromosomes and between these African chromosomes and earlier reported RP25 Eurasian sublineages. So this, again, like we just said, it's talking about a back migration. It's not the same. There's no back migration for the population of the people who carried the Asian haplogroups that they brought over here, and all of the subclades that come after them. There's no population already over here. So you're not getting a back migration. You're just getting one group coming over here and another group coming over here, and they're populating this area. Did they back migrate and go back and forth? Yeah, I've seen studies that said that or whatever, but there's nobody here, and that's the most important part.
Yeah.
There's no back migration. Is that you didn't get your new haplogroup as in how the people in Central Africa got it from a back migration. You got your haplogroup from those ancient people in Asia, or in the place that you want to call Asia, because they call it Asia right now, but it wasn't called Asia back then. All that other crazy, that's good shit.
Yeah.
Then the other part is incorporated mutations, a worldwide phylogenetic analysis of distribution. That's the analysis of the distribution of the RV88 haplo and 1,800 males from 69 African populations revealed a striking genetic contiguity between the Chadic-speaking peoples from the Central Sahel, I don't know if I'm saying that right, and several other Afro-Asiatic speaking groups from North Africa. The RV88 coalescence time was estimated at 9.2 to 5.6 thousand years ago. So now we got another issue. We're talking about some shit that happened not too long ago. If there was any speculation as to, because when they use this term right here, 9.2 to 5.6 corrected KYA in the early mid Holocene. I don't know if people know what the Holocene period is or the Pleistocene and all of that. Sometimes when people use these words, you don't know that they're just talking about 10,000 years ago or 25,000 years ago or something like that. So maybe she thought, because she said Pleistocene or some shit in her video, but I think I may have clipped that part out. So I don't know if she's thinking that this is older, but this is fairly recent.
Mm-hmm.
The lowest is at 5,600. The highest is at 9.2. We're still under 10,000. So this was something that happened fairly quick versus them migrating out of Asia into the Americas. And over the course of tens of thousands of years, you got all types of shit happening and nobody's coming over here to interrupt.
Right.
There's no interruptions. You're not being interrupted. It was isolated.
That's a good point, man. I mean, we got to look at the origin of these haplogroups, which is approximately 50,000 years. And you're talking about a flow of folks between that 50,000 year period and the 12,000 year period, which is way before all of the stuff that she's bringing up.
Right. And I think that was the two main points. There's other ones, but this is a short thing. She's not even reading the full one. That was just the abstract. Let me see one more thing.
I think Rob said he's gonna pull up. Rob, you still in the chat?
Let me see if I can. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, sneak peek.
Everybody hit the like button. Yeah, she just like arguing with motherfuckers for no reason. Half the time she be agreeing with motherfuckers. Hey, everybody, make sure you guys tune in tomorrow. We got a debate, Blackwater against what's homie's name? Damn, I forgot my man's name. But the debate is gonna be pertaining to Cherokees being black. It's gonna be at 7 o'clock tomorrow on the YouTube live. Make sure you ring the alarm joint so you can get notified. This would be Blackwater's first debate. You still trying to show the joint? Oh, there go Ron right there. What up, Ron?
Hey, y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Oh, I'm throwing my earpiece on. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, a little better now.
Ah, shit. Hold on.
Yeah, you
Y'all
sound.
hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, I'm heading back. Shit, I tried to get on there. I tried to get off. I was at a river walk, so I caught a little bit of it. But shit, I ain't gonna be home for a little bit. But so what I wanted to say is I got some information and stuff, and in regards to Ancestry, and what I wanted to say is what she's doing is she's combining two different types of tests. You have your Ancestry test or your 23andMe, and then you also have GEDmatch. So the Jed match, because she always brings up that I debunked what I was saying. And it took me a while to realize what she was doing. So the video that I put out was on archaic samples on Jed match. And she keeps on referencing that when she talks about changing the CMs. So when you know that the archaic matches on Jed match is they're matching you to the archaic remains, such as Cheddar Man, such as, you know, a finger bone or something like that. Well, normal people, when they haven't taken the test, and most of her followers haven't taken the DNA test, so they don't know what she's actually doing. So that's the reason why she's getting away with it, because she's pretty much listening to a few different things and she's combining everything together. And it sounds like she knows what she's talking about, which she doesn't.
Right.
She's just hasn't taken time to split everything up and learn it in segments. And that's the easiest way to do it, especially when you're dealing with Ancestry, GEDmatch, 23andMe, and learning Ancestry. So the main thing she always talks about is there's an article, and I wish I was home now so I can show it. And it's what is Ancestry? And it talks about 3 different terms. And we'd actually covered this on the panel with Sutan's panel when I was telling her what it was. So what she's doing is the 3 terms are genealogical ancestry, genetic ancestry, and genetic similarity. So the 2 terms itself are genetic ancestry and genetical ancestry are the 2 explicit forms of ancestry. They're both ancestry. And you know this with one of the clips that she showed is she's talking about her son and her daughter, and when she's talking about mitochondrial. And that's something different as well. That's more of a genealogical, or I'm sorry, a genetic instead of genealogical. So the easiest way to think about it is the only difference between genealogical and genetic is genealogical is your pretty much your family tree, which I will show at a different time when I have, if I can get back in time, I'll show it. But if not, this is how you got to think of it. Genealogical ancestry is your family tree. It's everyone on your family tree, as much as you can get your documents, everything. That's genealogical, which is genealogy, right? Your genetic ancestry, and the only difference between those 2 terms is the genes that are passed down. So not everyone on your family tree will pass down genes to you. So you might have people on your genealogy that won't pass it, just like 3 times grandparent. You might not get any genes from them. You might get genes from them. That's the difference. It's your genes that are passed down. The only way you'll get that is through a test. That's the difference. But they're still your ancestry, right? So when she mentions her son's daughter is not mitochondrial, and then she'll flip the terms. She'll say it's her descendant, but not her genealogical mtDNA descendant. And she's combining those. What she should say it is her genetic ancestor because they share genes. Like she will have genes from her, and it's still her ancestry. Now, when you go in terms of the mtDNA, no, she will not have that because it came through her son. So she's messing up those terms. Now, what she's not doing is she's telling you the 3rd term, which is genetic similarity. That is what the ancestry tests are telling you. That's what all of them are. And what that's stating is they're checking your genome, which is your segment, against the database. Has nothing to do with your family. Right. Because it's tested against that. The only where that comes when, and this is the other part she's messing up is, and this is what that dude was JB, and he keeps talking about autosomal statistics. That is more of your DNA matches. That's his autosomal statistics. It is your CMs where they say that, you know, your mom will be like 3,000 or 50% of the genome. That's what that is. Has nothing to do with anything that they're talking about. She's just combining all those 3 things together and then confusing everyone in the process.
Making a bunch of shit up as she go.
Yeah, it's just that she learned everything at once, and she's trying to spit it all at once, and she's not understanding what it is because she didn't break them down in each segment. And like I said, if when I get back, if you're still on, I can show this and show you exactly what she's doing and what I've learned from actually doing 2 ancestry tests, going through the documentation, and actually learning what they are, and actually reading the documentation, which she did not do. So, and then also the biggest thing is everyone gets this confused when they look at their DNA test and it says like, for instance, mine, it says 85% sub-Saharan African. That doesn't mean that you're 85% African. It just means that the genome they tested, they have, it's the confidence level. It's just saying that your genome matches their data set for that population. And I may say this wrong, but it's almost like an 85% chance that it is correct.
Right. It's like it's highly likely.
Correct. It's not saying and this is a good test, and this is what people don't understand either. And it's also what I told her. To some people, it doesn't happen at all, but it happens frequently. When you look, like last year, if you looked at your DNA test, it might say, like for mine, it might say 85% sub-Saharan African. And then this year I might check and it might say 80% sub-Saharan African. And hers before, when she showed it, it said 35 one year, and she had a screenshot that said 35. And then another one said it was 20 or 25 or something like that. That's not saying your DNA changed. It's their data sets and their predictions. Because there's multiple predictions, they just give you the best one. And that should tell people that this is not your current DNA. It's their predictions on what it stands in the system. And that's what a lot of people do. And a lot of people still go around and says, oh, I'm 2% or 15% this. No, it can and it will change. It gives you a range. When you go on your ancestry, it gives you a range, and it could go down 10%, it could go up 10%, but it does change, and it's changed for a lot of people. And then they get confused when it happens because they think that's their actual DNA, and it's not. It's an ethnicity estimate.
Right.
That's the key word.
Matches, yo. Hey, you got something you want to share? Who's that right there? I want to share that. Is that you?
Yeah, that was me.
All right.
That went over there to conduct treaties, to have meetings, to do all the things with the craft. There were some people.
That shit.
Oh, so that's not. I thought that was just the other video. It's doing that with all of them.
Over there to conduct treaties, to have meetings, to do all the things with the craft. There were some people within the royal families that were very impressed with indigenous people and really wanted to support indigenous people. But then you had those from the crown that were not, and they were not okay with it. So there's a lot of nuance to that history. So I do recommend people read that book. It's a great book to read, and it'll give you a lot of that nuance because people don't recognize the transatlantic slave trade started with indigenous people. It started with us.
Yeah, the transatlantic slave trade started with indigenous people. The transatlantic slave trade started with us. That's what she said. She said the transatlantic slave trade started with indigenous people. The transatlantic slave trade started with us. And then she referenced a book that doesn't even agree with her. So get that book. It's because what people don't understand is that the transatlantic, she just made it up because she's attacking us. She's just attacking us.
Exactly. That's the shit she on, y'all. I'm telling you.
That's nuts. And you know what they're saying in the book? They're saying in the book that they took people to the Philippines, they took people to Europe from America. and made a spectacle out of them, and then they made them objects, basically. They weren't even working, some of them, and she's taking these stories of them saying, you know, put a coat on them. It's freezing over here for them. They probably have a different temperature over there. Dress them up. Here, put some stuff on them. And she's taking this stuff to mean like they were really fucking with us. I said, yo, this nigga is crazy. Do you know how to fuck that guy? You cannot be a native and you read that story and be and feel that in your blood, that they are all the way across the fucking water following a viceroy around because he's trying to get to the king and say, yo, I got some of these people. Well, dress them up. They don't want them to pass away. They don't want them to die. Thought I was on TikTok. They don't want these people to die, right? Because they're trying to study them. People literally had them just to have a person from the newfound land in their house. I got one of those Indians in my house. Yep. Look at it. Just standing there, walking around. Look at it, y'all. Look at its hair. Look at it. And she thinks that they were fucking with him because they said put clothes on them because it's freezing. They're probably not used to these temperatures. They're going to die. They don't give a fuck about them. If you gave a fuck about them, you'll get the fuck off of their land and take your ass back home. But she's a Spaniard. So she's trying to downplay her people's history. Y'all better pay attention.
She said
this is going to lead to her basically telling you that the Spaniard story was exaggerated. I'm telling you, watch.
Started with hold on. Did she say this transatlantic slavery started?
It started with Black Plague, but right at the end. It's kind of choppy, but you can hear what she said.
Great book to read, and they'll give you a lot of that nuance because people don't recognize the transatlantic slave trade started with indigenous people. It started with us.
Wow.
So when she first said that, I was like, okay, she's talking about indigenous people of West Africa, West and Central Africa. Then she said it started with us.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Like, what the fuck is that really going?
Does she not know what the transatlantic slave trade is?
Right.
You're talking about the transatlantic slave trade.
She do realize 100 years before they got here, they were in Africa, right? Like she do know that, right?
Right. And they were already going out. Did they come all the way to the Americas? No, but they still went out onto the Atlantic.
That's wild.
With slaves. You're tripping, bro.
She just like being like I'm telling you, man. That's weird.
It's a shot at us.
And
let me show you what the book says. Where is it at? What did I say wrong? Sean, you was talking to Rob? I don't think he was talking to you. Let me see. I got so many guys. All her sources, bro. Not one of them checked out. One of them almost did, and I was like, damn, that didn't check out. Is it Caroline? Is that what is it? Yup, on Savage Shores. Let's let me go back. Damn, the book's just going.
yeah, she wild. She is wilding.
I recommend you guys get that book. It's a very good read because what people don't know is that the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, started with indigenous people. And it's like Sutek said, like, all right, yeah, indigenous people. It started with us. I said, what? That's what made me change my mind about the documentary. I was about to not do it. And then I got the fuck up. I said, no, nope. Close my windows out. I was doing something else. I said, I'm not even about to target this lady or nothing. Let her do what she's doing. Just go back to my black shit, Africa shit, and just teach that. Right? I said, nah, I got to go upside your head. That was crazy.
That's like, I'm sick of you niggas talking about y'all shit. You know this shit really happened to us first.
Right.
That's kind of what I'm hearing. So go ahead.
I don't know if she's going to try to. Oh, you already see it?
Oh, yeah, I got you up.
All right, hold on. I don't know how she's going to try to twist that. Here's the book that she kept recommending that whole time on Savage Shores. On Savage Shores, get that book. It's a great read. See, what you guys don't know is that the transatlantic slave trade started with us And these people went over there to do treaties. They were really fucking with us. They were rocking with us. But it was some of these other Spaniards and you know, elite family people that they weren't fucking with us. And that's what happened. You know, some of them wanted to treat us bad, and they found out that they were trafficking little girls over there. So they paid a whole bunch of money to send those little girls back. I said, what? I gotta read this book. That's crazy. Come to find out, it's not in here.
Hold on. What you just say? Say that shit again.
He said that the Spaniards came to America. They started taking little girls, like they all did. Like all of the Europeans were doing that, from Alaska all the way down to goddamn Peru. That's what they were doing. Niggas know that, right? They took them back to Spain, and the Spaniards that were there was like, "Huh? Who's that little girl?" Well, it's a little Indian girl from. Tell them, because they didn't know that they was doing it. And then they found out that they were bringing little girls over there, and they all put together a whole bunch of money to send those girls back. She just made that shit up.
What the fuck?
She said because they were only looking for gold. They only came over there looking for gold, and all of these other Spaniards started doing the other shit that they didn't want them to do. She's trying to downplay it because she's a Spaniard. She's segueing y'all into some weird shit. I'm telling you.
What?
Now check this out. This is what the book says. It says it is possible that, like many colonial opportunists, I'm gonna tell you. Oh wait, no, I highlighted the whole thing. I think this is the whole thing. Charles V was clearly intrigued by the indigenous visitors and seemed to have shown an unusual degree of personal concern for the details of their well-being. His letter commands that they be brought to meet him and to be treated as well as possible. Realizing the Totonacs would be poorly dressed for the chilly Spanish weather. Is that me?
That might be Rob.
It says, realizing that they'll be poorly dressed for the chilly Spanish weather, the king made detailed provision for them to be supplied with elegant clothes. The crown would pay for velvet tunics, which he insisted should be of some good color, capes of fine cloth, satin doublets, and gold stockings, as well as all their other needs, including transport to carry them to court. Officials followed the king's orders to the letter, acquiring a range of luxurious fabrics, including blue and green velvet and white cotton from, I don't know that word, Rouen, to prominent tailors and a stocking maker, Juan de Alcala, Martin de Eruri, and Juan de Murga. Why am I even trying to read these things? Were hired to outfit the Totonacs with all manner of Spanish garments. The visitors were thoroughly provided for with caps, shirts, cloaks, shoes, hats, hoods, and jerkins, as well as the basics ordered by the king. 5 pairs of gloves are scrupulously recorded in the accounts, along with the services of a jeweler, Beatrice Franca. So it seems that the party would have been warmly and richly dressed by the time they finally departed Seville for the royal court, showing the care taken for the Totonacs' well-being. A nephew of the treasurer of the Casa de Contraction, I ain't doing it. That's like, you know, that organization right there.
Yeah, Contraction. What that shit say?
Was tasked with a company. I usually highlight it, translate it, and then put it, you know, in a note, in the add note thing. But yeah, that's just something to try to do. Was tasked with accompanying the group to the court, and on the 7th of February, 1520, they set out, well mounted on mules and accompanied by 3 muleteers and 3 other servants. But in an era of roving authority, finding the king was easier said than done. Wielding, so they're like taking these people around because they're trying to find the king. They're looking for him. They've been gone for a minute. They got these new people they brought from the land across the water, and they're like, yo, we got to get to the king, you know. Wielding new acquired authority as Holy Roman Emperor after an aggressive election campaign, Charles was busily traveling his kingdom, trying largely unsuccessfully to placate a groundswell of discontent in Castile. There is some confusion in the records about exactly where and when the Totonacs eventually caught up to the court, but it must have been an exhausting journey. They chased the king around Castile for several weeks fitting in detours to Cordoba to buy more hats and shoes, and to the Tordesillas to be forcibly baptized before finally arriving to court. And she thinks that this is good. They gave them clothes and they was dressing them up and they liked them. They were very intrigued by them. And the reason why, did she quote this directly? No, but when y'all see the documentary and y'all hear what she said, this is the closest thing I can find in the book to what she was talking about, because she referenced the book. Mm. This is the book she was talking about. And this was, they went to the courts. That's what she kept saying. I was like, the court, they went to the court. So what? They were dressed up and they were treating, the king liked them. You know, some of the families, you know, they actually liked them, but it was other people. How the hell did you force baptize somebody? You dipping niggas in water? You took him across the water, brought him over there. He running around in the fucking cold, and you just dip him in some fucking water, saying all these weird words that they don't know about. And Jesus Christ and all this crazy. You know how scary that gotta be?
Right.
Before finally arriving in court. Even the king noticed the hurrying after the court and the cold winter must have been contrary to their health, and ordered that the Totonacs should be treated very well and carefully. His fears seem to have been justified, as one man, Jorge, was taken ill in Cordoba and had returned to Seville. So that's the account of that. Then another one, which I'm not going to go too deep into now. I think that's a different book. That's not this one. But there's another book that, well, it's not another book, but there's another instance of the Spanish history where she was like, the guy Juan, the Don Juan, what's his last name? Or I forgot his name. Dang, what's his Don Salvatore? His last is Juan Salvatore, but he got a middle name. But anyway, the Don Juan. I mean, y'all know the dude with the massacre and all of that bullshit. Mm-hmm. So she says that you know when he came over there, and remember, what did she do the first time? The first one I showed you, and it's countless of these things. I had to pick which 4 or 5 I was going to use. She over and over throughout the whole life, she keeps downplaying with the Spanish shit. I'm like, what in the hell is going on? And then it dawned on me. Right? Again, because it dawned on me before. It dawned on me again. I'm like, she's segueing into this Spaniard shit. Before she showed her DNA, before any of that, I was like, yo, this girl is weird. And it has to be because she knows that she's European. Because why else would you say the same shit that Pretendians are saying? There's something in your DNA that you don't like. If we see our people saying DNA is fake and they don't really need it, they don't trust it, and it's because they got DNA they don't like, then if you say it, then I'm going to assume the same shit. You must have already seen your DNA, or you already know your family history, and it's going to lead to Spain. And these people have something against the Spaniards. So now check this out, what she says about the Don Juan. The Don Juan, she says that he was taken and in prison in Spain when they found out what he did. That did not happen. I did a quick search on Wikipedia, and it said that he was taken to court. He had hung 2 Indians, and then something else led to a massacre. One of them, somebody killed his son. That's what happened. I think somebody killed his son or his nephew or something like that, and he went the fuck off, and it led to a massacre. But what he got charged with in court was hanging 2 Indians, right, and killing 4+ of his own people.
Damn.
That's why he got in trouble, right? But can we really call it trouble or a slap on the wrist? Because he didn't get arrested. They banned him or banished him, sent him into exile out of New Mexico permanently. You're banned, right? And then he got banished from Mexico City for 4 years. For 4 years. She said he's in prison. How the hell is he in prison and he's walking around? Right after this happened, he started a campaign saying, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. And he did that for like over a decade. And you know what they did? He finally got the shit reimbursed, the court costs. Does anybody know when somebody in any court case in history or in modern times, when will they reimburse you?
I'm about to say, like, yo.
When you did something, when they did something wrong to you, right? If you get charged and you paid all them court cases and all this stuff, they'll pay all your court fees, lawyer fees, and reimburse you all your money for the court costs, right? That's the only time it happens. The innocent projects that they have, that's when people get reimbursed. So he takes that he got from the king He takes that, he gets that from the king. The king was like, you know what? Here, take your money or whatever. And it doesn't really go into detail as to why he did it. They just make assumptions as to why he did it, but we know he got his money back. So there's some type of an allusion to some type of innocence or some wrongdoing by the courts for what happened to him. But he didn't even get arrested. He was just on a house arrest as he went to court. So he goes back to the Council of the Indies, and he says, man, you know, I got reimbursed by the king, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me get my shit back. Come on, man, let me back up in New Mexico, man. I got shit to do. You know, my first shit failed. You know, I fucked up a little bit. They tried to sabotage me, downplay, but your boy is back. They said, man, fuck that shit. You're not coming back in here. Sorry, sir. So he went to another part of the Americas. He didn't even leave.
Right.
He massacred 800 to 1,000 people and killed his own people. And didn't even get locked the fuck up. And she said that he got, you know, the Spanish, when they found out what he did, they imprisoned him. No, they didn't. They popped him on his wrist and was like, look, man, you fucking the money up, nigga. 800. Go ass the fuck up out of here, bro.
Go on over there with that shit.
Go find somebody else to fuck with me. And they obviously split up because the king was showing that, you know, some leniency towards him. But when he went to the council, and that's the part that I'm working on right now for the documentary, that something happened with those people. They're in a 30-year war right when this is occurring. Because it's like the 19, is the, I mean, not the 19, the 6, what is it? Is it 16,
yeah, I'm about to say 16 something. 16,
yeah, it's like 1620. I think the war was from 1618 all the way to 1648. This 30-year war. And so, and he's the miner dude. That's who he is. He's the dude he's good with all the mining. That's what his family is known for. So that's where most of their funding was coming from. And he fucked up the spot. So he trying to redeem himself, and they ended up giving him another job. They reimbursed him, then gave him a job and said, it ain't salary, but you know, you're going to be in control of all of the mines of Spain. That's not a punishment.
Yeah. Because that's how big
people ain't got a job.
Yeah, that's how big mining was down there, because that was the first shit they was trying to do.
Peace. But yeah, that's it. I ain't gonna go into too much. I was showing that everything this nigga says is inaccurate. Yeah, like she don't just tell a little bit of lies. This nigga just keeps on lying and lying and lying. I was gonna show this. What's the name? I don't know how long y'all gonna be on. But,
shit, I go for it, man. Unless Rob was gonna show something.
Go ahead. I'm sitting here trying to get this.
Rob, I think, still trying to get situated. But yeah, go ahead, man. It don't matter. Yeah, she's on another level with it. And her hatred for the syndicate, dude.
Unmatched,
man. But yeah, she totally agreed with me, man. That's why I don't really understand why she keep calling my damn name.
Y'all won't come to my live, but y'all go to all of them. Like,
Nobody fucking with you, girl.
Wasn't up there. Go right there.
Peace, everybody. This is a special reminder. Blackwater got a debate. Yeah, Brown Girl Pride. Yeah, no, but this is crazy, girl. BGP. But yeah, Blackwater got a debate, family. Check it out tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in over here. Kentucky's gonna host the jump and be the timekeeper and shit. Stay tuned. Get in here. Do that.
Testing.
Oh, okay. Check. We got you now.
Oh, there we go. I was wondering, I could hear you, but the shit won't working. I was in there talking. Yeah, no, I just got back. I'm just taking stuff off my phone and drop them in the whatchamacallit. So I'm trying to get that one article, and I'll just show you a little bit because I was going to drop this on a video. So I'm just moving everything over now and find out which video it is. But what I can show you, I'm trying to get the right video so I can show you the context on what she's doing. Let me see, which one is it?
Everybody hit the like button, y'all, while y'all up in this joint, please.
Because if I just go off on it, nobody's going to know the context. And you know how I do. I want to make sure I put what they say so you can see exactly what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all can go ahead. Let me just get this stuff together real quick. It'll take me like 2 minutes.
All right, I'll play this little clip real quick. This is the last one. What is it? Mixed.
Shout out to Brown Girl Pride. Wish you was here.
Digging the content. Like, you made this easy.
Yeah.
I was gonna have to sit back and study, pick it apart, catch it. Bro, on the first, you know how you go hunt them down because you know that they gonna pop up in some live, so you sit and wait. Let me catch some of these clips. Bro, she did it as soon as she got off another live, or was it as soon as we got off live? I think she was in a chat, cussing people out and everything, talking. Boom. Then she went to the live, hopped in there. I said, "Gotcha."
Got it.
Started recording, nigga. All I needed was 30 minutes. She baked herself.
Yo, that's crazy.
Here you go. Not mixed, but mixed. That's what it is.
The dismantling of BGP, y'all, is just crazy. Okay.
So I think we got to understand that these terms that people use on a daily basis to decolonize from these terms, these things come out and are rooted from white supremacy. And they say that you're mixed in order to further erase identity.
They say that you're mixed to erase your identity. Well, ma'am, if you claim that you're native and you got 40 in the upper 40s of Spanish DNA, right? And you only claim the 25% native, I think you're the one erasing identity.
To further, here's another thing that happens a lot, especially within our communities, that we say that the Spaniards pushed a lot was, you have our sangre, you have our blood, therefore you cannot be mad at us, you cannot hate us because we're familia, right? And that's a toxic mindset, because you should be able to walk away from anybody in your family who is toxic, who is harming you, who is hurting you. And that's the mindset that they wanted to push, that you have our blood now, so you're mixed, so you have to adhere to what we say, you have to forgive us, you have to acknowledge us, and you have to claim us. When if you go to Spain itself, they do not claim us. They do not see us as Spaniards. They don't even see us as part of them, even being quote unquote mixed. They don't see us as that. They call us mutts. They call us Indios. They call us all kinds of horrible names. They use Indio in a derogatory term, not in you're a Native American. They use it derogatorily. So I think people, when you understand the history, you recognize that is what is happening. There's no, literally everybody on this planet is admixed to a degree. Everybody is admixed. There's no such thing as pure-blooded. That doesn't exist. That is a concept made out of eugenics, and eugenics was a form of trying to create a superior race through what they believed was genetically done. And it's not.
Now I don't know if that was too choppy or if y'all got what you was saying.
Yeah, it sounds like she's fighting for her life right now, dog.
She said that mixed came out of eugenics, and it was for eugenics was involved in sterilizing people.
Yo.
They were trying to decide who was remedial and who was fit to have kids.
Mm.
Did they use some genetic stuff? Because that was around the early stages of when, you know, the genetics was booming, technology was booming and all of that stuff. Yes, when the little articles and stuff was coming out, they were taking everything they could to make their argument. But it doesn't make someone having mixed ancestry fake, because the eugenics movement tried to use it to their benefit. And you don't even know what eugenics is. Like, what she's taking a whole bunch of shit that I'm not gonna say they didn't do it to anybody else, but that's something that's just well known in our community.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that really affected us seriously. And she just keeps picking. It's like, why are you picking familiar things to the Black community to remix? Who else does that?
Yeah,
there's somebody else that does that, and it's escaping me. It's right on the a pretendian.
Yeah, pretendians, y'all.
They
Straight
do
up.
the same shit. They take all these different parts of Black history and remix it.
Yeah, it's the greatest hits.
You're one of us, man. I don't have to read the definition of eugenics. I don't know what the shit is, man. This lady completely twisted that shit around. You ready, Rob?
She's wilding, man.
Yeah, one more second. I am getting this last video, and then I got you. I got the article. There's one video I want most definitely, which is, I got to figure out how to take this and bring this over. Here it is.
All right, I'll just read this real quick then. Eugenicists worldwide believe that they could perfect human beings and eliminate so-called social ills through genetics and heredity. They believe that the use of methods such as involuntary sterilization, segregation, and social exclusion would rid society of individuals deemed to them to be unfit. Doesn't mean, because they tried to do that type of shit, it doesn't mean that no one's mixed. And then remember when that geneticist was on the live, she tried to act like she was talking about human evolution going back 7-8 million years or whatever the fuck she was saying. We all been evolving for millions of years, and we all had mixed up when he got up there. But what she was saying was what she just said, right? She said, like she said in the other live, and like she said in this recording, right after we had this argument, she went to this live. This is the same night. And she gets on this other dude's live, and she's like, yeah, you know, the Spaniards and my ancestry, I'm mixed, but I'm not mixed. My ancestry's mixed, but I don't identify as mixed. And they try to say that I'm your blood because I'm mixed, and they try to play us like that. But everybody is admixed. She's talking about recent mixture. She's not talking about ancient shit.
Yeah.
And that's what she does. She makes statements, and then when the right people pull up on her, she starts backtracking.
Yeah. And that's the biggest problem.
Keep using this term, but you do realize.
Oh, go ahead. I'm done.
All right, here we go. So this one,
everybody
right.
like the video.
So it is going to be, let me see, manage videos. All right, I think this is one.
Yeah.
All right, so here's one. Let me go to the other one because there's a snippet, and this is one of the ones I sent you, which is this one. So I'm waiting on the one that she said that people have multiple matrilineal lines. All I ain't never heard no shit like that. All right, I'm gonna do it a different way because let me just put this on the screen.
Everybody like the video. Get the likes up in the video.
And this one. All right, here we go. So let me see. What is Ancestry? I'm gonna give you the article that she's reading from. Here we go. And let me download one more thing. Gmail. I swear, switching stuff from my phone to the Witchcom is a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah, trust me.
This one.
Hey, sorry we've been gone. I've been kind of busy. I've been on them stocks, y'all. That's another thing. I'm gonna get back on that. We can talk about that.
And do something like that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna start having classes and shit, courses. Are you sharing it?
I'm about to share it right now.
Okay.
I'm just putting everything in. Oh, here we go.
Getting it lined up.
Here we go. Let me present. Shit. Which one is it? Is it this one?
Damn.
No, not that one. Big. This one. All right, you able to see?
Yeah.
All right, so let me show you what she did.
This theory was supported.
Hold on.
What you're reading.
This is where she messed up, and it shows you what she actually did.
Go look up this paper and
Here we
read
go.
it, all of it in full. So, ancestry itself is rarely defined. We argue that this reflects widespread underlying confusion about what it means in different contexts and what genetic data can really tell us. This leads to miscommunication between researchers in different fields and leaves customers open to spurious claims about consumer genomic products and overinterpretations of individual results. In wider usage, the terms ancestry and ancestors often indicate a general connection.
All right, so let me stop it here because this is something that she always states, right? What she currently states is the same thing here, where it says, in wider usage, the terms ancestry and ancestors often indicate a general connection to people or things. The way she frames this, and you'll hear it every time she talks, what she'll say is that the term ancestry means different things in different fields, such as in archaeology, in what else she says? She says archaeology, genealogy, and just different ones. That's how she frames it. So I'm gonna play that one more time, and I'm gonna show you what she's missing.
Consumer genomic products and overinterpretations of individual results. In wider usage, the terms ancestry and ancestors often indicate a general connection to people or things in the past, but in a genetic context, they have a more specific meaning. Your ancestors are the individuals from whom you are biologically descended, and ancestry is information about them and their genetic relationship to you. Even here, confusion arises from the way that ancestry is presented and discussed. Rather than emphasizing its complex structure, results are often simplified in terms of discrete categories. While convenient and sometimes useful, ultimately this is misleading about the nature of ancestry. These labels can also impose contemporary political or cultural divisions, which may be misrepresentative of ancestral relationships. Another source of confusion is that three distinct concepts, genealogical ancestry, genetic ancestry, and genetic similarity, are frequently conflated. Consequently, most statements about ancestry are really statements about genetic similarities. which has a complex relationship with ancestry and can only be related to it by making assumptions about human demography, whose validity is uncertain and difficult to test. So the difference between
All right,
genealogical
so
and genetic ancestry
let me
certain
pause
and
it. And I'm
difficult
not
to
sure if you
test.
saw my, did y'all see my pointer, what I did?
I couldn't see the pointer, but I was listening a little bit.
Can you see my pointer now?
Oh yeah.
All right. So what she did was she went from here, conflated. She skipped this paragraph and
Mm.
read this.
What?
This next paragraph tells you exactly what they mean, right? So I'm going to play another clip, but I want you to just remember this. We discussed them in turn, but note that only the first two are explicitly forms of ancestry, which is genealogical ancestry and genetic ancestry.
Mm.
Those two are ancestry, and it tells you they're explicitly forms of ancestry. She skipped over this part. I'm not sure if it's she just didn't understand it, but she missed it. And the genetic data are surprisingly uninformative about either of them.
Wow.
Consequently, most statements about ancestry are really statements about genetic similarity, which is the third one, this right here. And this is what I was trying to explain to her why she's reading it wrong. So listen to it one more time and then watch it. She's going to skip this whole paragraph.
Damn.
So I just want to make sure everybody understands what she just did. And this is why she's messing stuff up.
Relationship with ancestry and can only be related to it by making assumptions about
Right,
or really statements about genetic ancestry and genetic
Here we go.
temporary political
Now watch what she
or
does.
cultural divisions which may be misrepresentative of ancestral relationships. Another source of confusion is that three distinct concepts, genealogical ancestry, genetic ancestry, and genetic similarity, are frequently conflated. Consequently, most statements about ancestry are really statements
What
about
the
genetic
fuck?
similarities, which has a complex relationship with ancestry and
Right.
can only be
So
related.
that's why what she's missing. So this third term, now I'm going to bring up the actual document. Before I do, I want you to hear this next video and then see how she frames it, because she only talks about genetic or genealogical ancestry and genetic ancestry. This term, I'm gonna bring up this article, and just like I showed her, I'm gonna show you that this right here is what the tests show you. This, not these two, which are explicit forms of ancestry. And then when she's talking about her son's daughter, it's still between these two because there's still going to be the genetic ancestor, and actually both. It's going to be genealogical and genetic. But when you do mtDNA, it's different because that one is from mother to mother to mother. So even though you don't fall in that, you still fall in these two, which are two explicit forms of ancestry. She just doesn't understand what mtDNA is because she never took it. So watch this next video. Let me pull that video up and then you can hear what she says. And this will tell you she has no clue what all those terms actually mean. She's combining them. So let me pull this next video up. And then I will pull up the article and then show what the article actually states that she did not read. Let's see, where's that JB shit?
This is wow. Everybody like this video. Rob has got attention to detail like a motherfucker.
Here it is.
I wonder why she skipped over that part.
Because she doesn't understand it. So here it is. And if you want to see the video of her, it's called JB and BGP Getting Greasy.
What?
I'm actually going to play that one part because I find it so fucking funny. I've never seen no shit like that before. So here is the video.
Did you take it out? Or are you trying to
Yeah,
reshow?
I'm resharing.
All right.
All right, can you see it?
Yep, I'm about to pull you up.
Oh, hold on. Let me send something real quick. And I want you to hear this. I'm actually gonna play this one part because I don't like what this dude's doing. So I'm gonna play this shit to make sure it's captured.
Yeah. Everybody follow Rob too, by the way. Make sure y'all follow my homie.
All right, so here we go. So let's play this. Let me make sure I get that right.
Where they've actually, people can't linked, and that's where they're not. They keep them with less. I'm now.
You will.
All right, so we're gonna play this. I want you to see what this dude's
BGP.
doing.
You know, if you win me by having the gift of gab, at the very end of the day, if you do win, you just misinformed a bunch of people.
Hold on.
Okay, about something that you don't understand. When autosomal statistics only goes back water on that they're below water on.
Here it is.
Allies, but at the same time are being anti-science themselves because they just want to simply win an argument. And that's problematic for me. You know, the idea is that, and my concern with notorious BJP going at them and everything else is that there are things that she's above water on that they're below water on educationally. And everything is lost because inevitably the argument or discussion is lost because somebody doesn't understand something and they won't admit that they don't understand certain information. All right. It was asked 3 times inside of the conversation, 2 times in the conversation when Notorious is breaking it down. And you could tell that I'm sitting here watching and listening, and you could tell that they did not understand autosomal statistics when they were trying to say that East Eurasian DNA is 8.7%, which means it goes back 30 to 40,000 years ago. When autosomal statistics only goes back 150 to 200 years through commercial testing. You see, it's things like that don't make sense, that they can't explain, and then you try to say, look, they want to have a debate against me just to say.
All right, so I just wanted to play that just to get that captured on how dumb this shit is. For someone that does debunking and he can't pick up a document, which I'm about to show, but I want you to hear what she says. And remember, I showed you that genetic ancestry and genealogical ancestry are still 2 forms of ancestry. The only one that's not is genetic similarity. So just remember those 3 terms and the first 2. Now, when she comes on, listen to what she says.
African descent, because there is an appropriately.
You know, I do what I think is right.
I appreciate that, and you're right. Like what got lost in translation is how actually, and because that wasn't put out appropriately, I'm now seeing. Now you got people running to go do their mtDNA tests, right? And there are going to be people that are going to connect to ABCDNX, and they're of African descent, because there is a Native person somewhere in their line that was, Native, right? And it's only showing one line. It's not showing every single matrilineal line in your family tree. They forget that they have more than one matrilineal line.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm going to show this too. How many matrilineal lines does a person have?
Like one.
Just right. Now listen to that again. Yeah, now I want everybody to listen. You only have one matrilineal line. A matrilineal line is female to female to female to female.
Right.
It's one line. Now listen to what she says again.
ABCDNX, and they're of African descent, because there is a Native person somewhere in their line that was, Native, right? And it's only showing one line. It's not showing every single matrilineal line in your family tree. They forget that they have more than one matrilineal line. What? And so when you're
So that's the first mistake she makes, which after when I heard this, I was like, yeah, she really doesn't know what mtDNA is. That's the first one. So now here it goes again. Now watch when you go back, and I got to give the artist here credit because he makes her repeat it, and I'm glad he did it. And he sounds like an idiot, and she does too. Now watch.
When you're only showing one tiny segment, that can be misconstrued, especially when we're talking about ancient DNA. And the haplogroup thing is not to show you who you are.
And I got to stop it again. Ancient DNA, that's a GED match, not Ancestry. That's another tick that she doesn't know she's talking about. So here we go again.
It's not to say that this is where, I mean, it's all it. That's why haplogroups don't have actual, if people notice, that's why haplogroups are based in letters. Haplogroup L, haplogroup A, haplogroup X. We've inferred race onto those haplogroups, but there's a reason why they keep them with letters, not to infer race. It's literally to show that this is at a point in time where people were at, and there was a split that happened here. We can't infer their culture. We can't infer their race. We can't infer their language. We can't infer any of that. And when we start inferring that and saying that they were Asians, they were Africans, they were Europeans, they were Native Americans, when we're talking 50,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, we are in the wrong, because that's not what anybody called themselves. And their cultures were completely different, even from our ancient cultures of 7,000 to 10,000 years ago, right? What? And so when we infer those things, then it leads to things where now people are like, okay, you want me to go get my haplogroup?
Oh, I just looked at that. Is it still too low?
Can anybody, can y'all not hear that?
I can hear it. It is a little low, but I can hear it though.
Oh, here,
Yeah, I got my shit all the way up.
Here, I turned it up. Let me know how this sounds.
Group, and my haplogroup says it's B. Now
much better.
That's crystal.
All right,
yeah.
All right, here. Let me go back a little bit. So listen.
You can't infer any of that. And when we start inferring that and saying that they were Asians, they were Africans, they were Europeans, they were Native Americans, when we're talking 50,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, we are in the wrong, because that's not what anybody called themselves. And their cultures were completely different, even from our ancient cultures of 7,000 to 10,000 years ago, right? And so when we infer those things, then it leads to things where now people are like, okay, you want me to go get my haplogroup? And my haplogroup says it's B. Now what? And it's like, well, you can't claim ancient people to make you Native American, because that's not how it works, because that's a common.
And again, talking about GED match and archaic samples, which has nothing to do with ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
And even mtDNA, that is your haplogroup on the phylogenetic tree. It is not the ancient samples. Yes, they can match it after, but that's not what it is. She's just getting the GED match thing and trying to make some kind of weird connection, because she hasn't figured out this whole thing. So it's about to get to the good part. So I want you to just listen to this one part. Remember, genetic ancestry, genealogical ancestry, and genetic similarity.
Common ancestor. And well, no, we're genetically linked. And that's where they're not understanding. Like me and my son, and I think I gave this example, me and my son, if he marries somebody who's not Native American, right? His daughter is going to have their haplogroup, not my haplogroup. Because if his wife is European or African, right? His daughter, while still Native American, while still my descendant, my grandchild, is not going to have my mitochondrial DNA, because he can't pass that down. Only his wife can. So whatever his wife is what's going to be passed down to her. And that's even if she has like nothing but Europeans or nothing but Africans in her line, right? And so I am not genetically connected through mitochondrial DNA to my granddaughter. That does not make her not my granddaughter. And that's what they're not understanding, is that there are these nuances when it comes to genetic ancestry and genealogical ancestry. And if people can't determine and discern the difference between that, that's the conversation is going to never go anywhere, because they have to understand.
BGP, say that again. Say that again. Say that part again.
That there is a difference in a genetic connection versus a genealogical connection.
Thank you.
Okay. So right there. Now remember, there are two forms, or two explicit forms of ancestry. So now let me show you that, because here, I want to play it one more time, and then I'm going to switch over and show you the actual document. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands what she said, because this is where she's confusing people.
the difference between that, that's the conversation is DNA to my granddaughter. That does not make her not my granddaughter. And that's what they're not understanding, is that there are these nuances when it comes to genetic ancestry and genealogical ancestry. And if people can't determine and discern the difference between that, that's the conversation is going to never go anywhere, because they have to understand that these,
say that again. Say that again. Say that part again.
that there is a difference in a genetic connection versus a genealogical connection.
Thank
you. All right. So now there is a difference between a genetic connection and genealogical connection. So now let me show you the document.
He loves some damn brown gold pie, don't he?
It's bad. It's horrible. My man is like obsessed with her. So here we go.
He a chair sniffer.
I'm gonna do a video on what he said, because I'm sure y'all didn't catch what he called her. But this is what she sends out, and this is what she goes off. What is ancestry, right? So this is the part right here where it says, where is it? People in the past. Here it is. Another source of confusion is that there's 3 distinct concepts. So right here, this is what she said. Remember, there's nuances between genealogical ancestry and genetic ancestry. But right here, but note, the only first 2 are explicitly forms of ancestry. So I'm about to show you what the difference are. So the difference between genealogical ancestry, and then this one reflects the most common and intuitive understanding of the term ancestry. So this is where it tells you your parents, your grandparents, even grandparents, you likely have a sense of these people, right? I'm gonna paraphrase this whole thing, but you can read it right now. So what this is your family tree, your pedigree. Right here. So right here, there are 2 concepts here. The pedigree, which specifies how your genealogical ancestors are related to each other. And it shows you, it's like a family tree right here, right? That's genealogical. Doesn't really matter about your genes. It's, you got documentation, you put people on your tree. This person's related to this person, these stories, whatever, you put them on your tree. That's genealogical, AKA genealogy, right? It's your family tree. That's what that means. Genetic ancestry is a little bit different. So, right, let me see. More commonly, so let's see where it talks about genetic, and I think it is, let me see, describe, I think it's here. Genetic data can help us with this through genetic genealogy, which identifies relatives based on the distinct patterns of genetic variation they share. Knowledge of your relatives, while not ancestry in itself, can facilitate the pooling of information about shared ancestors in combination with traditional genealogical information. However, this information may be difficult to obtain. The limitation raises the question of whether there is a form of ancestry that can be learned through genetic data alone. So the natural definition of this kind of ancestry is genetic ancestry, which differs from genealogical ancestry in that it refers not to your pedigree, but to the subset of paths through it by which the material in your genome has been inherited, which means, and then they go into it, because parents transmit only half of their DNA to offsprings each generation. An individual's genetic ancestry involves only a small proportion of all their genealogical ancestors. So let me go to the tree. This one's kind of confusing, but what this states is here, let me go up here and I'll show you another picture, but on here, since I want to switch over. So what this means is, if you look at each of these branches, these are going to be people. The way DNA recombines and passes down, this means that you may not get any DNA from this leg right here, or you may not get any DNA from here. It just depends on how the DNA goes by. So by the time it gets here, you may not get DNA from any of these branches except for like 3. That's genetic. It's just how stuff passes down randomly.
Right.
Does that mean that everybody in your tree is not your ancestor? No. It just means that you're only getting DNA from some of these people. That's genetic ancestry.
Is a genetic lottery of inheritance.
Correct. Just like this would be, so this is more of mtDNA because it's only 2 lines. That's what this symbolizes right here. So there's a third term, which she did not read. And there's a lot of words here, but it tells you, and this is what I told her too, that she didn't read it. Right about here. Let me see. Here. More commonly, and this is the third term, more commonly, when geneticists and consumer genomic companies talk about ancestry, they are really talking about genetic similarity between populations and individuals. For example, the output, and it goes into the output. So this is the third term, and it tells you the companies, when they say they're the ancestry, they're talking about this. This is the third term, which is not a form of ancestry. And that again is up here. Right here. Only the first 2 are explicitly forms of ancestry right there, which are again genealogical and genetic. So this last part down here actually tells you what it is, which is, for example, which one? Because I read this shit to her and she still didn't understand it. Let me see. Often means researchers. I'm just trying to find it real quick because I don't have this one marked. Ultimately, so this tells you about the ARG. Finally, we emphasize, for example, here. Equally, some groups and individuals may choose to regard genetic similarity to a reference population as a relevant aspect of their identity, which that's when people look at these tests and say, oh, I'm this percentage of this population. Could be African, it could be European, it could be Native American. And they consume that and says, I am this percentage. But that's not what it means. So now let me show you. Let me see. So that's this with this, what she misses. So the third thing, right? So let me close this one out and let me bring up. Let me see ancestry. Oh, let me kind of show you. Let me just open up these documents real quick, and I will show you again in a different way. There's actually a book. I have it on my phone. I don't have it on here. Let me see. And I'll show you the title of the book, and you can download it too. But this tells you about ancestry and how to break this stuff down. Here it is. So let me, how the hell do I bring this shit up? So this one and this one and which one is this? Not this one. All right. So let me share these. I'm gonna share my whole screen. So stop screen share. And let me give you a better example from this book on those terms that I just showed you. Let me see entire screen. And you're able to see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So let me. This one. All right, y'all able to see this?
Yep, you good.
Yep.
All right. Here, let me tell you what book this is. This book is called. Let me see, because it's too big for me to send it. But you can re-download. I just didn't have time to download it. This is called Ancestry Reimagined: Dismantling the Myth of Genetic Ethnicities by, oh shit, hold on, Costas Camperakis. Hold on. Here, let me just put it on the screen because I don't know what the fuck that shit said. I'm butchering the hell out of that name. I already know I am. Fuck. Hold on. So it's called Ancestry. Reimagined.
Reimagine.
Yep, this one.
Ancestry Reimagine.
Yeah, by Costas. This book right here. You can actually get it free. I downloaded it. Actually, I might download it right now. So if you do this, PDF, this one. This is where I got it from here.
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm doing this, I'll see if I can re-download it.
All right.
Download PDF. And it's going to be chapter 4. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this shit. Download. I don't know what the hell that is. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Oh shit, it's gonna give me the book. I'll just show you straight out of the book. Oh snap. Come on, is it?
Nice. And you got,
there we go. Chapter, it's gonna be chapter 4. Because I got the screenshots, but since it's here, I'll show you chapter 4. And this is actually really good information on ancestry tests and what these terms mean. And it's going to tell you about these terms. So we'll go to chapter 4, and it also breaks down these. So here, hold on. All right. So this one is going to be, all right. So that's genetic similarity. This is, bam. All right. So this is going to be the first one, genealogical ancestry. So this is going to be the family tree. So right here, figure 4 tells you family relations. George has genetic connections to all the people indicated in the figure, with the exceptions of those marked with an asterisk. And as you can see here, right, these are going to be the people that are not actually connected to him, which is here. And these are going to be who they married. But you can see like the grandmother, their children, the people they married. But he still shares everything with genes with all these people. And this is going to be the family tree, right? So for her, like the example she keeps using with mtDNA, notice this is not mtDNA at all. This is just your family tree.
Family tree.
And she's adding the mtDNA into this. So take out the mtDNA, just your family tree. So this is what it shows you. And they all still share it. Now, once you go down, then it's going to get into genetic similarity, which is here. This next one. So it tells you about crossing over too. But genetic similarity is this. So this shows you about inheritance. The inheritance of chromosome L segments across 4 generations from George's great-grandparents toward him. So it tells you, from the 16th distinct chromosomes, one segment that is his great-grandparents had, George only inherited 2. Whereas all people in his family tree are George's genealogical ancestors. Only those highlighted in gray are his genetic ancestors. Again, those are 2 forms of ancestry. So even though he's related genealogical to all these people, the only ones that he has a genetic is 1, These right here. That's what's been passed down. But these people didn't pass down anything to him. So that's the difference. That is the nuance that she's talking about. It's everything highlighted. So that's the biggest difference between those two.
Right.
It's not really that hard when you think about it. So he's related to everybody here, but he only gets genes from these. And it could be different. Like this could have had this marker, but they're just showing it for simplicity. So that's the part that she's mixing up. And then it's also, they also have a, the terms. Huh?
The other thing that she's confusing is that it's not new DNA that they're getting when they pass it down. So
Right.
these people can
Correct.
still share DNA with them, can still have those same markers, but it doesn't mean that they know which one gave it to them, because that's what's being foggy. That's what the noise is. They don't know who it to connect it to. But you can still have those genes going back thousands of years that they've been passing down and not know which person actually gave it to you.
Right.
So I don't know how we ended up talking about that when we were just saying that some of them got DNA from East Asia. That's how they made the connection initially before they even started going into languages and shit like that. But she flipped it and started talking about tracing actual people to see who gave you the East Asian. That wasn't the argument.
Yeah, and it's always been on the mitochondrial line, and we know that's different. You know what I'm saying? But we know that's an unbreakable chain of lineages, and one of the oldest lineages of lines that you can go back to. Because of that, you know.
Yep, and this is what a lot of the natives talk about, right? They always want a Native American author. So, oh shit, is this the one? It is. Ah, man, is it this one? MTD.
You had the right one?
Nah, it's not this one. She actually covers one, and hold on, let me look through this, because this is what.
Oh yeah, that's too short. But that picture in the background, DNA Explained, I seen that. I think you sent it, and you was like, "I'm just sitting here, so I can remember."
Yeah. Let me see.
I've seen that background before.
Because I want people to see this, and this is something that, you know, I just told someone today, is like there's a difference between you and us. You don't look at actually all the information, and you want to dismiss everything between European and all this other stuff. We look at all forms of information, and then we cross-check the information. That's the difference. But if someone throws out I only listen to this researcher, I'll look at that researcher, and guess what? This researcher, which is Native American, says the same exact thing. No change.
Where are you showing it yet? We can't see it.
No, not yet. I'm just getting the correct article. Because you did say I sent it, and I'm trying to see what actually I sent. Because I think that is the one that I was looking for. Because one, she goes over mtDNA, and she shows, damn, man, yo, we text way too much, man. I just need to bring up this article. Shit, I might not have to do. I don't know where it's at. Let me just double check, because most of this was going to go into a video knocking heads off, but let me see. Let me see. 1, 2. It should have been this one. All right, I probably can't show it, but because I can't remember. Let me see. So she covers. So this one. Well, I can still show this one. Actually, here. This one, because this is the same picture they got mad at. And Port, can you do me a favor?
Yo, what's up?
All right. Now I'm going to read this, and I want you to verify that I'm speaking the truth. So again, This is Roberta Estes, right? She is a Native American. So I'm going to read this. I want you to tell me. Here we go. Given that the Native, First Nations, or Aboriginal people, by whatever name you call them, descended from Asia across the Beringian land bridge sometime between roughly 10,000 to 25,000 years ago, depending on which academic model you choose to embrace, none of the base haplogroups shown above are entirely native. Only portions, meaning specific subgroups, are known to be native, while other subgroups are Asian and often European as well. The descendants of the base haplogroups, all born in Asia, expanded north, south, east, and west across the globe. Therefore, today it's imperative to test mitochondrial DNA to the full sequence level and undergo SNP testings for Y-DNA to determine subgroups in order to be able to determine with certainty if the Y or MT DNA ancestor was native. Does that sound about the same thing that you were saying?
That's exactly what I was saying, brother.
Okay.
I don't know, man. She sound anti-native to me.
Yeah, she.
And again,
they didn't form
this
that
is
when they used Asia.
Yep, and this is the same lady that she told us to look at and said she had great information, which she said on the video to me.
Wow.
And she literally goes through it, and this is actually the same picture that you posted up.
Picture I posted, yo, with the
Yeah, I was about to say that picture looked familiar. I just used that a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And this is because a lot of natives will say that a lot of the natives that actually oppose will say, oh, this is European, blah, blah, blah. This is a Native American woman that was that BGP told us that she has all the information. And to verify that, I actually highlighted it in the damn video. 2 videos, actually. Damn, what the hell went wrong? What you mean it went wrong? Hold on. Let me just do this real quick. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened now. Oh shit, I thought somebody was talking to me. All right, so it was actually this video right here. Oh, y'all can't see it.
Here we can.
Yeah, we seen it.
Yeah, we saw it. I don't know if we heard it.
Yeah, I ain't hear nothing, but we seen it though.
All right, so here, let me present. So I'm gonna make sure everybody knows that she don't know what she talking about. It's that simple, and it's no disrespect. It's just
no disrespect. It's just she gotta, she gotta study, man, and she gotta get an understanding of what the hell I was talking about.
Can I hear it?
Hang on, let me put it up.
BGP, you've been doing. Hold on. Calling them either descendants, possess you to
Great information.
Now, this BGP that I mentioned to you.
All right, y'all can hear that?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah.
Okay, so right here. So watch this.
Bring up no documents, no research documents. You don't go through none of that. So I'm not sure why you would even say something that foolish.
Well,
now let's continue.
Roberta Estes.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
That's the same person that wrote that document. And listen to her what she says.
Now let's continue.
Roberta Estes answers questions all the time, and she has great information.
Now, this one BGP that I believe me.
Yes, she does.
And look,
still don't.
And then this is the most damning thing.
Anything for her? Did you? So what is it? Migrate or diverge? Kind of weird, huh? Hold on, let me play it again.
Convergence. In addition, the Anzac child came from an Asian population when his ancestors migrated, crossing from Asia via Beringia.
So I underlined it because
Yo, what?
Y'all heard her read it.
Didn't she just read that?
Yes, look, listen.
Or diverge. Kind of weird, huh? Hold on, let me play it again.
Convergence. In addition, the Anzac child came from an Asian population when his ancestors migrated, crossing from Asia via
Oh
French.
shit.
So I underlined it because hearing your voice, I'm not sure if you actually realize what you read.
And here's the most damning thing.
Or
Look,
didn't migrate from
set up.
Asia. So,
Watch, set up.
and you still don't understand. And why can I say that? Such as this says, look, my ancestors did not or didn't migrate from Asia. So if Donovan down there is saying his ancestors didn't migrate from Asia, what are you going to say to that, BGP? Is that true or false?
We didn't migrate from Asia. We diverged from a group of people in the land we now call Asia.
You literally read it. So you didn't migrate.
Y'all see it now?
She playing with these words too much, bro. If you diverge from that ancient population, that will make that ancient population. Man, I ain't got no time for this shit, bro. That's why I stopped answering
That
it.
we now call Asian.
Exactly. That's why I stopped. That's exactly why. She been on that dumb shit.
And I got another video. Like I said, I'm gonna put it all together. But she originally said, and one of these clips I have, what she said was that, and actually the one I got to get it off the suit and sent it to me. But when we were going through it, I did a step through on the migration. There's a map that I brought up, which is this map, and it literally steps through the whole damn thing. Here, let me actually make sure that this is documented too. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, y'all got to see this. I got to put this up too, and this is another reason why she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. This one is shit. Which one is it? Is it this one or this one? Oh shit! Hold on. I got too much stuff running. Hold on.
No, go ahead. It's all good.
Oh, all right. Almost that one. I'm just making sure which video that I got that's running so y'all can hear this one. This is another video I want you to see. Here it is. So BGP pseudo 4. BGP pseudo. Here it is. All right, here we go. Now watch what she does again when she's playing with this shit.
This is
Can I see this?
Yeah.
All right, listen.
another good example of what haplogrouping should actually look like. It changes your whole perception of how they actually spread out versus spreading out in one linear direction. And because all these people here in the middle get married and have children, the spouses will have their own family trees. And if you take an overlay of all of those different family trees from the spouses and put it on top of this, you're going to see how it overlaps and how we all actually are genealogically related, but not genetically related. Therefore, we can't be saying, oh, those are all of our ancestors. Because while I may have a direct genetic line to this person, my cousins don't. Their direct genetic line goes to someone who is a sibling of this person right here. But let's say I fall somewhere here in the middle. Genetically, I'm not related to this person unless it's autosomal DNA and they are within 5 generations of myself.
So you see how she's doing that, right? That sounds confusing as fuck the way she's trying to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
And I showed you, on documentation and genealogical that even with autosomal, all your genealogical ancestors might not show up on your autosomal because of the way DNA is random straight down. So your 3 times great grandparent might not show because it might not have passed to you when you're testing that way. So she's explaining this shit and it's confusing as fuck. And then here she goes again.
Genealogically, I am, but that only goes back so far because of genetic isopoint, or AKA common ancestry point. Mathematically, it's impossible for us to go back to the beginning of human time, genealogically. We're also not always genetically related to someone in our family tree, but we can find a common ancestor that is. So that means a 10th cousin would not be genetically related to me, but we would share a common ancestor where at some point in time, that mutation occurs. But that 10th cousin is a cousin, not an ancestor. Apply that to haplogroups. So Native Americans today have cousins in Asia and in Africa and in Europe. And we all share common ancestors with all of them, just like you.
So
What the hell?
So here, look, and this is what I'm not sure she understands, and it's very simple. If you have a cousin, your common ancestor would be what? Grandparent.
Yep, grandma, grandpa.
So if you have cousins that are Asians,
And your common ancestor is an Asian.
is an or the ancestral Asian, because we don't know exactly what they were. They just lived in Asia for a long time. So they say ancestral Asian.
Paleo
Right?
Asians. How about that?
Paleo Asian, you know? But the way she's trying to do it is this. So if you go to YouTube, and you can still see this, right? And this is
Yep.
what I sent her is mtDNA explanation, I think it is. Let me see. I'll remember if I see the here, this right here. So I'm going to
DNA for today.
I'm going to put this together.
Oh yeah,
this is exactly what I showed in the video. First, it's this, because she doesn't know that this is a perfect representation of mtDNA. Mother to mother to mother to mother, and it keeps going up until it reaches, the next haplogroup or whatever, how far it goes. So what she's trying to say, and she said it multiple times, your ancestors are not your ancestors, they're their ancestors, which makes absolutely no sense.
What?
It's still your ancestors. It's not your ancestors' ancestors aren't your ancestors. That makes absolutely no fucking sense. And I can show you where she got that shit from too. But and it's funny because that guy doesn't even agree what she said. She just didn't read, or she didn't listen. But here,
Years ago, after this thesis,
so what I did,
DNA
I'll just scroll through. So right here,
about 6.
This is the story of migration. Tells you the year, tells you the migration. She agreed. They did migrate. As you step through here, it shows you where they went, what haplogroups were born. She agreed. Right when it gets to here, and I'll zoom in a little bit. Oh, let me see. Can I zoom in? Yeah. So right when it gets to here, she agreed but disagreed. As you can see, N and M moved in here. You can see N and M, and you can see from there came the A's, F, B, D, everything else birthed inside of here, which means that, according to her, this would be a parent. Over time, this parent population had children, which created these. So at this point, she says they diverge. So it's migrated all the way to here, and then they just diverge. And then she doesn't agree anymore.
Yeah.
And then as you go through here.
Now, just so we know, just so we're clear, that's East Asia, ain't it?
Oh, it sure is.
Approximately.
Now, this is the only point where the contention over a period of time happens. And this is where a lot of Native Americans get this shit confused when they say that the land bridge is debunked. which it's not debunked, it's updated because this shows this that they do have evidence for. Now, they also found evidence of it a later time, which means that somebody went here, they went down here, but this still is a go. It means it just wasn't the first time. This is just in the very beginning they found this.
That's actually the people that carry the haplogroup, I believe, is the Chukchi, and those are the Siberian Chukchi with the Eskimo dogs, the Siberian Huskies.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
And this is how
they issue with the I was saying this earlier with the Bering Strait theory about people using that route first. That's not a part of the Bering Strait model. It's just that people came across and populated it. Now, the issue that they really have and they don't understand is the Clovis first model. That's the model that said, hey, people came in first at this time period and they had Clovis points. That's been debunked. The Bering Strait model is still in existence. It still stands. It doesn't say that, oh, well, these people came this way first and that's the base of the theory. No, it's that people came across to populate the Americas from ancient Asia, East Asia, and Eurasia. That's it. Now, Clovis first, we found evidence, a lot of evidence older than that 13,000 years that was given the Clovis first model. So that's what's been debunked.
Right.
Not the Bering Strait.
Yeah, and that's just the date. We just pushed the dates back. We know that they peopled the Americas earlier than Clovis. And the only question about the Beringia place is the standstill incubation time period in which A, B, C, and D haplogroup stayed there 20,000 years before they peopled America with the subclades.
Genetic and geographic isolation.
Yep, they don't know where in Beringia that standstill took place, but they know it happened because they could connect these people, genetically speaking.
They stood out there.
In other words, they exchanged before they spread out.
Exactly, and that standstill model, getting it in, sharing wives, sharing women. Got the source on that too.
Yep.
Domesticating dogs. I'm gonna bring that shit up. That's what
it could be, around this time, because even if you back this up, so because they said about 20,000 to 30,000, which is roughly right about here. So let's say 30,000, right? And that's what this KYA. So 30,000 here. So at this point, what they're saying is when this happened, they could have went across, they could have came down here. It doesn't really matter. People still went this way, so that's still a go. But they're saying that around this time, they found some sites. So they're still trying to figure out how they got from this point to this point, because nothing here showed anything prior. Everyone came out and moved here. This is the model. So that's what they're not understanding. But this is still, just like science. They first found one thing, which was the origin, or the first thing that they saw. And then it's like, okay, then over time it's like, oh, there's more things. It just adds on to what's already there, but it still doesn't erase this. And that's the meaning behind when they say debunked. No, it's updated. It still happened. Debunked means it didn't happen or it's not true. And then they tried to change it. It's like, oh, well, debunked on the first migration. Okay, then say that. You can't just blindly say that the land bridge is debunked. You have to say that, the migration wasn't the first. Okay, we already know there's multiple migrations or multiple waves. We already know that. But the way you're framing it is just like I showed before, where the guy said, my ancestors didn't come from Asia. And she said, they didn't migrate. They diverged. Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. See, that's what when they say the Bering Strait theory is debunked, that's what they use it to say. Like, no, we didn't come from over there in Asia, and them ain't my people. We always been here. That's the issue. Okay, you saying they didn't use the Bering Strait to come across and people the Americas first? No problem. We've been doing that since 2017. No issue. When you're using that to say that, oh, see, we always been here, that's when I could take issue. That's the fuck up.
Yeah.
Yep. And just for the last dagger on her, because she always tries to say, let me see, it's how to argue. She always try to say, you always use European sources. We got to use Native American. Okay, cool. With I think it's racist, Adam Rutherford. And you're going to notice, here it is. You're going to notice this because she says it all of the time. But the
resolution of this is actually pretty straightforward.
Can y'all hear
for
this?
every individual.
All right. So if you just heard her before, you want to start about 45 minutes.
Hey, play like 30 seconds and then pause that shit because I think they be flagging niggas shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So here,
Increase the speed to 125, 1.25.
There you go.
All right, hold on.
Well, I'm from Suffolk.
All right. There we go.
That's that DJ academic shit. You could be playing Vlad video. I'm like, how you be doing that?
Doing that?
1.25.
Yeah.
All right. So right here.
Appreciate
I
that.
can talk about inbreeding with a degree of authority.
So here, I'll just do this. I'll go through here. So in this first part, look, I'll just show this real quick. And he literally, I guess she didn't go a little bit before, or she might have fell asleep or something.
A population being isolated for any.
What map is that?
That's our map. I've used that map before too.
This is migration.
Same map.
The same damn map.
Same migration patterns.
Same pattern, same time specificity and everything.
He
looked like they left out of Africa, went over through East Asia, and crossed over to the Americas. Looked like they went through the land bridge too.
Which way did their people come from?
And look, East Asia is older than I said 50. They got 70. They giving y'all 20 extra thousand years of.
And you know what he says in here?
That's America on the right side, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
I think what she's saying is she starts at the arrow.
Right. Yeah. That's what they want.
That's gotta be what he's saying. Because if you start anywhere else, she migrates.
Which one? Which arrow? This arrow? Oh no, she says they diverge. So here,
but what if she started in America?
Right, but no, what she's saying is she agrees on this. But when she gets here, so they migrated to this point and then they diverged. No more migration, they just diverge.
Yeah, species within a species. Remember we heard that shit?
Yep.
But
they diverged.
You diverged from your ancestors though.
Yep.
Yeah.
They don't come from these people because they diverge. So I'm not sure if I don't know what the fuck that means. I know diverge normally means split. You split from the other population, but you had to have parents. You can't just pop out of thin air without parents.
What did you split? Who did you split from? Like,
right.
And how did you get to America if you didn't move?
Well, they did. They diverged over there.
The divergence of me and my cousin, to use your shit again, the divergence of me and my cousin, like we said, would be our grandmother. That would be the divergence point.
Common ancestor. Yep, that would be the common ancestor.
Right.
Correct.
And the common ancestor still stayed in Asia.
Still stayed in Asia.
Yep. All right. And them niggas diverged and split and left.
Yeah.
And that's what I played. And that's what I made sure to ask her. And if someone doesn't have that clip, because the clip they played, I directly asked her and she wouldn't answer it no more because she fucked up. So in between the video clip of that toxic, if you look at part 1 and part 2, there's a whole segment missing. And I think they did this on purpose because they know she fucked up, because that and when the second one starts off, you hear me talking to her, and I ask her to say it again. I even text you. I was like, please come in here. Or I said, hey, come in here and record this. I'm about to ask her again. But what she stated was, our ancestors got here and they migrated. And then I said, hey, where did they migrate from? And she said, oh, from the land that we call Asia. So then when I went to ask her again, and I said, okay, repeat it one more time. Where did they migrate from? She's like, I'm not fucking going to say it again. I keep saying it. And I was like, no, just say it again. I'm not going to say it. All right, cool. So then when I brought up that video, which I just showed you, when I asked her, this dude said his parents didn't migrate from Asia. What she should have said is, they did migrate, but they're not Asians, if that's what she wanted to say. But notice what she said was, we didn't migrate. We diverged from the land that they call Asia. And I goes, what the fuck? That's the same fucking thing.
Same shit, different toilet. Same shit, different toilet, y'all.
Yep. And then look, this guy, which clearly he's not Native American, because she's always a proponent of saying, oh, those are European sources. You need to use a Native American. They're not Native. But if you notice, this is the one that she recommends. And you know what he says? We are an African species.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can do that right. Listen, hold on.
What really happens, which is wherever humans move, they have sex and admixture occurs, which means that the concept of racial purity in the from the Rift Valley in the east of Africa, we know that around about 70 to 80,000 years ago.
There we go. So he tells you before the mark that she talks about, which is around 45, and this is her genetic ISO point that she always talks about. She literally took this man's whole thing 5 years ago, and that's what she's been running with.
But what did I'd say right before you pulled up? I said last year she didn't know what a scientific theory was. This year she an expert using fucking TED Talks.
Yep.
I said this shit watching videos.
Wow, yeah.
And this is the guy, like I said, that's the guy that she uses. And 1 minute. And this is the guy that she uses, and she repeats his shit verbatim from genetic ISO point to even that number that you saw me put up there, which is the number when she's talking about your ancestors double, and there's more. It's his. That's literally what he said. So, no, she's like, I'm pretty sure, like, and I can show you right about here. That's where he talks about this number. He talks about people's ancestors. And then as you go, this is what your ancestors look like. He said, this is a representation of what your ancestors looked like back then, how everybody's crossing through. And this is what she says in the video. When you go back, all your ancestors and you be your first cousin, this is his when he talks about it. And then as you go through, this is his DNA test, and he's explaining the DNA test. And he tells you that it's a representation of your DNA or the segments against the population, not your parents. Because, and I even tried to tell her, my sister is related to me. That is my sister. We share the both mother and father. But she doesn't show up on my DNA test. And the biggest reason why, because she hasn't taken it. That's another clue that this is not your family. And then that's why when they go into, 8.7 means it's your great, 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 great grandfather, 10,000 years. Well, even if you understand what they said, if they're saying that 8.7 is so far back, do you know the difference between 20 and 8.7? That's only a 12% difference. But yet they're telling you that 20% is your mother or your grandparents. So how can 8.7 be so far away, but then 12% is so close? She's trying to really hold on to that 20% or 25% or whatever percent native. And it's literally not what it is. So
she keeps on confusing who you got it from with what you have. That's
Right.
just what you have. You have it. And then other people in the world who also have it, it matches to them. And then she flipped the whole shit and threw it off and started saying, now, when your family members get matched to you in the centimorgans and the threshold and the pseudo markers, we're not talking about that. We're asking if there's evidence. Since you disagreed with the migrations from Asia into America, and you're trying to remove key components that help prove the shit, right? Okay, we'll take that one out the way. How about this one? We'll take that out the way. How about this one? We just kept offering her more evidence. Well, how do you debunk this? How do you debunk that? She never actually refutes it. She just brings up something that we're not even talking about.
Right. She switches the lane all the time, constantly.
Migration to Beringia from East Central Asia. The same shit I've been saying for 2 weeks. It says occurred about 30,000 to 43,000 years ago. What part of that do you don't understand, Brown Girl Pride? And look, the same people, real quick before you move on, these are the chat sheet right here. So Native Americans in America today possess the same goddamn haplogroup as the people in East Asia.
I have a question though.
Stop fucking with me, y'all.
No, I have a question. How did they calculate these numbers? How?
They did a haplo test. They sequenced their DNA, bro.
Yeah,
That's
you want me to tell you how? I already told you how. They compare them to known reference populations. They don't use haplogroups. I'll show you the source that proves it.
Bro.
Am I gonna be the one
Am I wrong?
to answer the question?
What? No, yeah, you are. They don't use haplogroups. They don't base it on haplogroups. I'll show you the source.
Like I said, these people belong to that. These people right here, your ancestors.
Y'all are so fucking wrong in so many ways.
Yeah, right. Yeah, prove me wrong then.
Again, well, when you don't know the difference between autosomal DNA and mitochondrial DNA, and you think that they're almost the same thing and they get passed down in the same way, that's a problem. That's a fucking problem.
Well, explain how y'all just sprung up out the dirt in America then.
Ain't nobody sprung up out the dirt in America.
Well, because your ass come from East Asia, goddammit.
Don't be putting words in people's mouths.
Because you come from fucking East Asia.
And I don't even
fucking ashamed of this shit.
So that's another problem.
That's your fucking problem, and that's why y'all coming at me with this dumb shit.
You don't know shit about.
Yeah, I don't know shit. Call me whatever you want. But can you prove me wrong? Have you proved me wrong? Have you proved me wrong about the Churchy, y'all?
You want to come
Have you proved me wrong about the Churchy being connected to y'all?
You don't act like this.
Look, hey, everybody in real time. Everybody, hold up, time out.
Damn.
I haven't done my haplogroup testing because I don't need to, and I'm not spending $300 for it. I have female relatives that have done it. So by proxy, I know what mine is. It's B. Are you happy? It still doesn't change the information and that you guys don't understand what you're talking about.
Now, it took you a long time to share your haplogroup. I appreciate that. Now, let's get back to the subject matter. I said that the mitochondrial ancestry of Native Americans go right back to East Asia. All right? From the book Deep Ancestry, a geneticist that did a human genome of all of the world, had a haplogroup map, okay? We can track this stuff down, okay? So when it comes to your mitochondrial line, it originated in East Asia. I'm not saying you're an Asian, but I'm saying your ancestors connect back here. Haplogroup B, around 50,000 years ago, the first members of Haplogroup B began moving into East Asia, ultimately reaching both continents of the Americas. So when I say Native American ancestors come from East Asia, that's what the hell I mean, Brown Girl Pride, okay? Here's another receipt that might hurt a lot of feelings. Ancient DNA adds to the evidence. For Native Americans, East Asian ancestry, the shit I've been saying the whole time. Genetic analysis of a woman's skull from 14,000 years ago, found where in West China, suggests she was related to an ancient population that migrated to America from East Asia. What part of that you don't understand, Brown Girl Pride? Now let's see where your ancestors may have settled at when they first arrived in the Americas, Brown Girl Pride, since you shared your haplogroup with us, because that's important to me. We have two ancient sites in America that possess the haplogroup B. So you have ancestors that arrived in Hourglass Slave, that's a haplogroup B site, and in Peasley's Cave, right? They found two different haplotypes out of coprolites. Coprolites. Do you know what a coprolite is? That is poop. So your ancestors came over here about 14,000 years ago and they took a poop. And guess what? Scientists today can track their DNA back to Asia. Please take the time to view this study. Two contemporaneous metagenomes from terminal Pleistocene burials in East Beringia. Article, because I know y'all think I make this shit up all the time. Haplogroup B, right, was identified at 2 of the oldest sites in America, right? Okay, Hourglass site, that's dated 8,800 years ago. And then we have the site in Colorado, and the 3 coprolite sites, that's human poop. Your ancestors with the mitochondrial haplogroup B took a poop in the cave approximately 14,000 years ago, Brown Girl Pride, and I'm here to tell you so. They came from East Asia.
She's done, y'all. It's a wrap.
Shit crazy.
Oh, not yet. Hold on. Not yet. Hold on. I'm gonna clear one thing, because this is what she's gonna do. Because I know the recording she's going to use, because she keeps on repeating this, and I just want to make this clear, so when it comes out, y'all see. So what she says is, we don't know the difference between mitochondrial and autosomal, and even her admirer says this same thing. So I want to show y'all this, and I want to, because I was going to do it in a video, but I really didn't want to break this down. But I did mention this to Jazz, because this is what she's going to use. So let me show you. So y'all see this?
Oh yeah, let me pull you up.
So I want you to hear this exchange.
Then autosomal is autosomal is both parents. It's both parents. Autosomal is both parents. It takes into both parents. Mitochondrial is just the mother line.
Okay, so Jazz states autosomal is both parents, which is correct. So it takes both of your parents, and the DNA from both parents, and then the MTA DNA is the mother line. Now, as we go, it gets a little chaotic, but this is what happened.
Wait,
Right.
So the mother line
Autosomal
on
is all of
everybody.
it. It's
Right.
all
No,
your
no, no,
ancestors.
No, actually, no. You're
Okay. Hold on. So she says that's wrong, and watch how she switches it.
Mitochondrial is just the mother line.
Wait,
Right.
So the mother line on
Autosomal is all of
everybody.
it. It's
Right.
all
No,
your
no, no,
ancestors.
no, actually, no. You're wrong.
Yes, it is. It's a
Wow.
broader
wow.
search. No,
This is
a
nuts.
mitochondrial line
So
is a
this- okay.
direct line to your mother's mother's mother.
Oh
Your
my
Y
God.
chromosome.
See, this
Shut
is the
up. You don't know what the
problem,
fuck you're
y'all.
talking about. Your
Okay,
Y
well,
chromosome
okay,
goes
listen
back
to
to
me.
your
No,
father's
no.
fathers.
Dude.
Autosomal is a broader search. So when I wanted to know the direct line to the haplogroup, I look at the mitochondrial line, because it's a direct fucking line. I don't want to go all over the place. I want to go directly to the fucking source, which is in East Asia. Which is in East Asia.
You don't know. So yeah,
you
you
need to
don't
tell
know
her to
what you're
stop
talking
fucking
about.
lying. I'm tired of y'all graduation.
So you don't know what
I
you're
don't want
talking
to see
about.
no fucking capping.
So
and gown.
you don't know what you're talking about.
Fuck out of here. Yeah, I still don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
See,
because
see?
again, autosomal
exactly.
DNA. You're
Yeah,
conflating
look,
autosomal
man,
DNA.
I don't want to go
Okay,
to a
let me ask you
graduation
this,
because you
City.
capping and
Let me
gowning
just
right
ask
now,
you this
yo.
question.
That's
Do you
bullshit,
think,
yo. You're not qualified to talk to me no more,
Jazz,
yo.
do you guys think that autosomal DNA is the combination of M and Y?
All right, so this is where she mixed both things up. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now. So I don't think Jazz was fully hearing the question, because we were talking about autosomal. Now, she does make a mess up, but she corrects it in the next sentence. So watch this.
Yes, it's for both parents.
Conversation with any of us about DNA.
No, it's not the combination of mitochondrial DNA with Y DNA. That is not what autosomal
It says
DNA
both
is.
parents. When you type in autosomal DNA, it says both parents.
DNA.
No, it's not the combination of mitochondrial DNA.
So that's when it was hectic. So what she asked Jazz was, is autosomal Y DNA and mitochondrial DNA? So when Jazz says yes, it's your both parents. Now, because it was chaotic, and I'm gonna play it one more time, but because it was chaotic, I don't think she quite heard it, because some people will say like your father and your mother. So that's what she started going on, and you can see And this after this, BGP flips the fuck out. So watch this. I'm gonna play this in entirety now.
Do you guys think that autosomal DNA is the combination of M and Y?
Yes, it's for both parents.
Conversation with any of us about DNA.
No, it's not the combination of mitochondrial DNA with Y DNA. That is not what autosomal
It says
DNA
both
is.
parents. When you type in autosomal DNA, it says both parents.
Okay, so
I don't have two male parents. I don't have two female parents. I have a male and female parent.
So mitochondrial DNA is found on the mitochondria on the sex chromosome on the X chromosome.
Right.
Y DNA is found on the Y sex chromosome. Then you have your regular chromosomes, the 23 that you get from your mother and the 23 you get from your father. This is why you cannot get as people with XY sex chromosomes, why we can't get our Y DNA because we don't have a Y. So no, they're not the same thing.
That's what's up. So you're correct.
That's what's up. So if you didn't even know that,
so you still going to
y'all
keep
going
talking?
to educate people on genetics? Like if you didn't
you
even know
done?
that.
Let us talk or not? Can we respond to it? Can we respond to it?
Because we've been
Nah,
talking
bro,
to people
you
about
didn't even know
genetics.
that part.
We've been talking to people.
Y'all literally
RC would study genetics and the last.
All right, so I'm not sure you heard it. So again, so what was happening is Jazz didn't hear what she did, but she corrected it by saying autosomal comes from both parents. But BGP framed it as mtDNA and Y-DNA, which it was already stated beforehand that autosomal is from both parents. It's just BGP does not understand what mtDNA and what Y-DNA is. She's talking autosomal. And like I said, and that's where that last part when Mo was saying,
or she just wants to bring it to an autosomal argument.
Right. And when Mo was saying that's what's up, is he was trying to get to, and I don't want to speak for you, Mo, but this is what I assumed. When you say that's what's up, you were trying to get what the actual argument was, and then she didn't want to hear it no more. And that's why she was going, you don't even know. How can you, talk about this and you don't even know, when she's just outclassed at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Am I correct, Mo, with that?
Sorry, my bad, Mo. I've cut Mo off too. I don't know if you can. It seemed like she wanted to frame Mo.
Y'all hear me now?
Yeah, you good now.
My bad. Yeah, I was saying that she tries to skip over her claim. She needs to make her claim and then give us whatever the hell she's using to prove it. But she keeps tricking us into all of these arguments.
Right.
We still want to make the correction, but then we go so far into it, and it's like, what the fuck would you even making a claim for?
Mm-hmm.
What was the point? Is she saying that they had some other DNA over here that we don't know about, where it would have been confusing when they did the samples on the skeletal remains here? Because I don't understand why she doesn't get that you were here isolated and you are connected to those people who came from Asia before anybody mixes with you. So where else would you even get any DNA from in the first place?
Right.
And she cannot answer that. So she has to keep on trying to get us into other arguments. How do you spell biology? Spell it right now. And then we go, I can spell that shit, right? And then we drift off. And she's not making a claim. So I wanted her to reset. That's why I was trying to cut her off. Look, you're right, cool. So what is the point here? Make a claim and then go into the argument.
That's why I don't want to have a conversation outside the mitochondrial migration. That's what we're talking about, the peopling of America, and whether or not Black people were here or not. And genetically speaking, we have to know exactly when these haplogroups started in the migration paths. And if that's the only conversation I'm having with her. And she tried to break it. Well, you don't know about autosomal. What the fuck does that got to do, right, with the people of America? That don't got nothing to do with it. It still happened. You still can trace these lines back. It just is what it is. She just don't like, the East Asians. That's the part of it. She don't like that shit.
And this is where this is way after. We deep into the thick of it at this point. She had already agreed with us like 3 times.
Yes, that's the problem.
So she was just arguing. She was already in agreement.
Yep, and even she said that even she said it when I was on the panel, on the video. She was like, "I agree with everything," and it's like, what are we even arguing about? If you agree on the science, and this is why she can't agree on the science, is because on that video we had a Native woman, Yaki, that came up there, and she said most natives do not agree on science, and she gave her explanation. And I even told her in the video, that's fine. And I told her in my comments, it's fine, but here's the facts. We talk science, history, and with sources. If you want to keep all your, beliefs and stuff intact, stay away from the panel. It has nothing to do with you then. But you can't come to a panel where we're correcting science with science and then expect to jump in there, cheer when we go at these pandemics, cheer that, hey, this works. But then you're left on the panel and then you're like, oh, okay, so what is your history? We sprung out of the ground. The fuck? Did you not see what just happened?
Right. Do you not understand what's going on here? You're making it worse, really.
Yep.
When you do shit like that. Because if you don't have any scientific integrity, you don't even talk about it, yo.
Yeah, just stay out of the conversation. I don't understand that. Because a lot of them, they'll come over and they'll cheer for you. Because I've seen it all day. Even when I first got on, they were cheering hard. Yeah, get them. Yeah, science. We were here. We connect to the bones. Cool. Hey, you know what they say? They said that y'all came from. No, we didn't come. No.
No. What do you mean?
No. You're anti-native. What? How? We're using the same damn science.
See, they like saying, yeah, you African. See, you're genetically from Africa. That's cool, right? That's fine. But when your shit, the only, I mean, to be real, the only indigenous folks, humans, are Africans. After the migration, everybody settled where the fuck they was at as far as human population is concerned. So it is what it is. The argument that we've been having is whether or not the original people that peopled America are black or not.
Yep.
And we can't go on, we can't move forward with the conversation or the debate saying this and every time we talk to the pretendians and shit, and we have to defeat them with the science, and here come you guys or people that subscribe to that type of bullshit saying, well, nah, we sprung out the ground, we've been here, we subscribe to this. That's fine, but don't come in the ring. Like you can believe in all whatever you want to, but like if it's a scientific debate conversation, stay the hell out of it with the belief. You can believe in whatever, but if it ain't scientifically proven, it ain't gonna make no sense on this panel.
Yep.
And that's the real.
Facts over feelings.
Yeah, man. Now you just gotta get over it. I have no problem looking at science and be like, okay, damn, that shit do say we from Africa, yo. The shit say we shit say we never really went nowhere like that. Accept it. It is what it is. You don't have to why the fuck we can't be great where the fuck we was at? We always tell African Americans that, but it is what it is. You got similarities, you got linguistical connections and shit, genetic continuities. It is what it is. And the niggas got mad at me.
Oh, they still mad.
Oh yeah. Lost a lot. And I don't give a damn because I'm gonna be on the side of truth. And the truth like rain, and it don't give a fuck who it falls on. And if it falls on y'all with the information, that's on y'all. And that's why these pretendians be eating that ass up, pause, no diddy, because y'all don't want to stick to the science. If y'all motherfuckers stick to the science and learn about your haplogroups and learn about your motherfucking origins legitimately, with as far as genetically speaking, you can have a decent argument. You can say, hey, bro, what's your haplogroup? Hey, why don't you take the DNA test? But for some odd reason, you have issues with that. And that means you're going to always have issues with somebody trying to take your shit. Because anybody can say they grew up out the fucking ground. I can say the shit. I grew up out of the ground. We from the fucking dirt, man. This our land. We always been here. See how easy that shit is?
Some other shit.
Right.
Oh, and I did ask that question. Actually, if you want, I can actually bring it up. But when she came up there and I asked her, if you have two people saying the same story, how do you tell them apart? And she was like, it's easy. You got to use common sense. And all I could do was just shake my head and like, man, you can't be fucking serious.
God damn, not the pretending. God damn.
You know what? Here, I'm gonna put it up here for the record, just so we can keep a record of this. Because it was the wildest shit. I'm like, come on, man, y'all just having the same fucking arguments.
She turned into Dread.
And then she had, and then she had the nerve to say, how come you didn't put my response up? I'm like, that shit ain't even worth shit, to be honest with you. I was like, I can't believe, what the fuck? Are you serious?
Who responds? The Yaki lady?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
She was like, oh, you didn't put my response when I explained it. And I'm just reading this like, yo, I'm trying to be nice, but yo, that response was stupid. I'm just saying. Look, y'all here. I'm gonna play it just so we can have this on record. And what the hell is that?
Hey man, but look, at a certain point, I know Robbie be thinking everybody don't understand shit, but it's a certain point it's gonna get to where she gotta be doing this shit on purpose. Ain't no way she just misunderstanding all of that shit. She understood everything. We get to 2024 and she just lost her fucking. I think she doing it on purpose. I don't think she skipped that. What was that? 2 lines in the first.
She skipped the whole sentence
by accident.
The whole sentence, but it was like three lines.
That's too much, yo.
Yeah, that ain't no accident. Like you skip a line on accident. Sometimes that shit happen. 3 lines? Nah, nigga, that ain't no accident.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What the hell's going on my computer? How come I can't type?
Yeah, something's up with that.
Hey, do me a favor. If anybody can pull it up, because it's not letting me type this.
Drop it in the.
I can't even get to it because my damn. But if you go to toxic TikToks, it's the TikToxic trends.
Shit.
Oh, hold on. I can go to my history. Damn, what the hell on my computer? Hold on, let me. Here, I'll go the back way. Part 2.
Did he?
Okay.
You got it. TikTok. I need to subscribe to this.
Here we go. So, here, let me just show this.
I was waiting to see if he was with some funny shit, but he seemed to be legit. So I'm gonna go and subscribe.
They be, man, I don't know where they be popping up, man. They be popping up with everything. I'm like, dang. All right, here we go. Y'all see it?
Hang on, I'm about to get you right now, son.
Yep.
All right, I want you to listen to this explanation.
Powwow dancer. I have absolutely no fear of Cherokee who are against.
Oh no, hold on.
You. There's a lot. Stop entertaining his.
All right, thank you, brother. I just wanted to. Can I just address this real quick?
It makes sense.
Prove it. That
Who are not Native
Americans
AAFLS. They claim to be like a Native American. I don't even know.
That's not true.
Bodies and their science.
You tell them. All right, thank you, brother. I just wanted to define the Native American.
Oh wait.
I would say the majority of indigenous people.
Isn't there evidence? None of them can.
Asia. And I just wanted to.
Here we go. Here it is, right here.
OHF ain't nothing, man. I've been up
Okay,
there.
well, show me right now. Show me right now what you got. Show me what. Show me like.
They don't have nothing to say.
Show me what you got, brother. Show me what you have.
Said he read the comment and it was about a native saying that he doesn't align with the that he migrated from Asia, and I just wanted to really quickly say that I would say the majority of indigenous people do not align or believe the out of Africa theory because it doesn't coincide with our creation stories. And for a lot of Indian people, we believe that when science has a political or religious agenda, it is no longer science. And so because of that, a lot of Native peoples just stick with what their creation stories and their history.
Did we lose Jackie woman?
Yeah. So a lot of
Jackie
people.
woman, you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
I can't hear her. Can anybody else?
So
hear her?
I just wanted.
I hear.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna come out here so that you guys. I mean, I think my reception is pretty good, but I just want to come out just in case. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to point out that we can't hold one indigenous woman, one Native American woman accountable for everybody's thought process regarding the out of Asia, out of Africa theory. Because the reason being is because, like I said, most natives do not align with that because it contradicts our creation stories. But secondly, we have watched these Yoris and their science flip-flop and change and follow a religious agenda since they've come here. And so for a lot of people, a lot of Indian people, we do not believe that if science has a religious or political agenda, that it is actually science. So with that, we just stick with our creation stories and our traditional ways. And so, again, I just wanted to come up and say that we cannot hold one Native American woman accountable for every Indian person's beliefs as far as the out of Africa theory or being from Asia. That's all I came up here to say.
Can I just address this real quick? Because this is the issue, and this is what I've been saying, right? So when two different people, right, are going and they're talking about a topic such as who was here before, such as Native, or even some of these pandemics are saying they were here before, right? You're just listening to two sides of a conversation. How do you tell them apart? What we do to tell them apart, and this is what we do on our panel, science, because we're looking at different bones, we're looking at different studies, and they're telling you through science who was here first. So if you're having this conversation where you're saying that, well, we only believe in what our stories are, that's fine. But then you're going to run into an issue that we're seeing now. Other people are saying they were here first. We can't tell them apart just for stories. So that's why we use science.
Yeah, so for me, I just use common sense, because if there were two very large groups of people who had completely different phenotypes and they were with each other in these areas for thousands and thousands of years, make sense why there is such a clear difference between the phenotypes. Indian people mix with each other. So therefore, if these groups are with each other, it only makes sense that we would have mixed with each other a lot more, then creating a more mixed phenotype, which you do not see. You see a very clear night and day of, one phenotype from the other. So again, if we would have been in these areas and mixing with each other, you would see a much more mixed phenotype of those two phenotypes, but you don't.
So
can I also say something? There we go. Now, did that make any sense?
Not at all. And how the fuck are you using? How you saying? Okay, well, we don't want to use science with this right here, but then start talking about phenotypes. Like, what are you talking about? That's a scientific term. Either we gonna use science or we're not gonna use science.
It's convenient science.
I don't know what the fuck that was she was trying to explain. I don't know what the fuck that shit was.
They moved around and adapted to different areas, and then when people meet up and they mix, that's it. But if enough time passes and they stay in that region and things change for them, they change their diet, they have different ways of maneuvering away from anything that's hunting them down or weather conditions or whatever, they're going to change.
Yeah.
And you won't have that unless you go down there and mix with them. People don't just keep on moving over and over. Hey, we got to move because people are changing. We got to go mix with the people in Cuba, all the way from Canada. No, nigga, like y'all did what you did and kept it moving.
And if we're talking about genetic change, it takes a certain amount of years.
You about to turn into a racist,
right? Like it takes a certain amount of years of isolation before those genetic changes can occur anyway. Yeah, that's the whole.
They look, because we have identity, right? It seems like it's a big change. Genetically, it's not. They got this stuff called conserved. It's called conserved genetic elements. That's why we all got the thumbs in the same exact place. All your organs are in the same exact place. Your eyes are in the same exact place. Your jaw in the same exact, everything. Your teeth come out a certain way, certain shape for you to eat your food, your nose, nostrils, all of you don't even understand how much you all look alike. Most of your DNA is just conserved. It makes the same template over and over. And when it gets to the point of those epigenetics that switched up because of you adapting to your environment, all that other shit, that's when it makes that last adjustment. Your base form is all exactly the same. You're a human being. The rest of it is just you moving around. We can see you went to Asia. We can see the dogs were in Asia. We can see your plants were in Asia. We can see that your clothing that you're using and the patterns and why you do it a certain way, why you make your weapons a certain way, was because of Asia. And then as you maneuver to different environments, you start switching up your tools. Now you have different resources to make other tools. You can trace it all the way back with the animals, with the plants, with the human being, all animals, and that's all it is anyways, animals and plants.
You can see your fucking genes from straight hair in Asia. The gene for shovel shape and sizes that y'all share with East Asians in Asia.
Exactly. The skin pigmentation. The light skin pigmentation that they haven't found the genetic gene for, but they found one for the Europeans, right? There's a white pigmentation of what, the SCLA245, whatever. That one is for Europeans, and they have yet to find one for East Asians. The same light pigmentation gene that is in East Asians is the same ones that natives have. They just haven't identified the gene yet.
Oh, and I just want to put this out, and I'm pretty sure Sutek already seen this, and I know Mo, Suit, and Port probably seen it, but I'm starting to see it too. From the interactions I'm having with BGP, I'm noticing she's changing different things, or she's incorporating different things, and she's interjecting it into her conversations. Because when she said that the land formerly known as Asia, and I was like, wait a minute, that's something that I was telling her, because we were having that conversation about, what do you want to call it? You don't like the word Asia, so should we call it the land formerly known as? Because before that, she was like, saying the same thing. We didn't migrate. We diverged. It was a diverge. And she's talking about ISO points. So now she's diverging in the land that we call Asia. They didn't migrate yet, but they diverged and they like popped up in North and South America. And then also, I remember when Sutek was saying when he first came on, and so is Jazz, when they first came on, she was pushing the multi-regional. And then I do remember her and Vanta got into it because Vanta was saying out of Africa, and she kept talking about multi-regional. So I do remember that because he got on to a live. He was pissed.
Yep.
So she's changing little bits, but she's still interjecting depending on whose panel she's on. Right. And what she's trying to say is she can't say that they migrated from Asia, the Eurasia, or formerly. She can't say none of that because and between her and Witta's speciation in North America, they can't totally say it. And she just keeps on, like I said, even with Ancestry, she's combining a whole bunch of things and then trying to make sense out of it in real time.
They globally mixed indigenous, dog. That's what.
Yeah, and instead of taking a second to stop making videos and stop trying to interject herself in every fucking conversation
and just taking a second to just read over the stuff before she says anything.
Right.
And that's the issue. But over time, I can guarantee probably like in the next 2 years, she's probably going to be comfortable enough to finally get it together. But it just seems like she's adding all the stuff that we're telling us and or telling her and trying to spit that shit out.
Such a great guy. I think she's doing that shit on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the most I give it. I give it that her pride got to her. The brown girl pride. Maybe that got to her and she made a mistake, but she's doing this on purpose now. We've already explained it to her. You explained it. You broke it down flawlessly. Back when she almost had a little bit of an argument, she didn't even take that. When it first started, like you and Push gave her a little rope. Here, grab this, BGP. Man, fuck that shit. She said, I'm going to war. She don't want to be right.
Yeah,
and if you notice, if she's in when she gets around certain people and she gauges the chat and the panel, she can't flat out agree that they came from Asia.
Exactly.
She can tell us that they came from Asia, right? She'll tell us in a certain way that they came from Asia, but tell her people, like, she'll put on a show like, I'm disagreeing with them. Yeah, we came from Asia, nigga. Yeah, we came from Asia. And what you gonna do about it? Like, but the aggression, you just agreed with me, but you showing this aggression and your people like, yeah, get that nigga.
Yeah. And she be sweating, yo. She be sweating, yo. Like something wrong with that girl, man.
She be on them shots. That shit I sweating sometimes. Hey, I think is she felt the pressure from her followers. Just like she said in that video, I've been had clout before you guys came. Yeah, that clout done got to you. They putting that pressure on you. You say you from Asia, we from Asia if you want to, motherfucker. You ain't gonna have no followers.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, the king and the queen always have to bow down to the common folk. That's just like in Africa, bro. Like,
yo,
if you going to Islamic or you doing some wild shit, bro, we at your neck. I don't give a fuck about you being no king, nigga. It is what it is. You better roll the dice the right way.
Straighten up and fly right around this motherfucker.
Say we from Asia if you want to, nigga.
Yeah, you know we was all the way off the ground here. We out the dirt.
The closest you can get is the land that used to be known as one time Asia, nigga. That's it.
I even gave her the name, what they called it. I think it's called Anatolia. I think that was the previous name, if I'm not mistaken.
But part of it, she still thinks this shit was like yesterday instead of like archaic migrational times. You know what I mean? Like, it's like her mindset and her timeline. It mixed. I don't know. Because she's like, well, they didn't call it that. Well, of course they didn't call it that.
What do you want to call it? I don't know. What the fuck is the problem
really
then?
To believe that she thought that we saw some type of artifact or some study where it said that Asia was called that 35,000 years ago.
Right.
We didn't read nothing about. She's just making up fake arguments. Oh, you thought they called it Asia 35,000 years ago? Debunked.
See?
But we didn't say that. We're just communicating with people, and Asia is over there, right? Yeah, it is. Well, that's why I said Asia, because people from how they learn today, modern times, they'll just think about that area over there, right? And that's where your people came from over there, right? Yeah, and that's Asia, right? No.
It was crazy. She fought.
It's fake. She doesn't want to go forward with it because she knows if she goes any further into the actual process of how do you disprove what she actually is saying, that they were always here. That's basically what she's leading to. But she can't prove it, so she has to stall and keep running us in circles, because if she takes any step further, that's it. You just right there in Asia. No, we diverge and the haplogroup could switch and you could be that and have the same haplogroup, but that don't mean that haplogroup was the one that you always had, because somebody could have got with somebody that had that haplogroup and they was from Asia.
You know how we
nobody was over here but you.
You know how we be speciating and shit, man. Tell them about the speciation.
No. We diverge. She know them dumb motherfuckers that's following her just on some facts type shit, and they not gonna look it up. They don't know the diverge. You diverge from your ancestors, and you descend from them, so you would be their descent. Like they don't understand that, so she just going over their head on purpose. To me, in some occasions. No, we diverge. It's the same fucking thing.
Same shit. Just the
you
fancy
diverge from your
Citizen
ancestors.
Boats are people use divergent travel.
From East Asia, Central Asia, West Asia, Eurasia. The Eurasia part is the X2, and the East Asia is the A, B, C, and D.
Ain't that what the Africans say?
Yeah.
The ones in America? The Africans that we got in
Anatolia.
America that don't know they African, they say the same thing, right? They
The same shit. The same
I'm
talking.
not African because I was born here.
Africa wasn't named
I
Africa
trace my
until-
stuff back. You don't see no Africans on my shit. I just see all these Indians.
Nigeria wasn't created till 1936.
Yeah,
What you talking about? Y'all
Nigeria.
niggas ain't
I cannot be
Nigerians.
from Nigeria. My DNA test said Nigeria.
I ain't even call it Africa.
Call Nigeria back then.
Yeah, they didn't call it Africa. Africa
What's
was named
crazy
after
is she tried to do that with Asia and then didn't use that logic for the Americas. She tried some also, but we can say that we've always been here because Native American culture originated here, and like it wasn't. Where was America? Where was Vespucci then at that time? Right, like so. No, you can't say that. What the fuck are you talking about? We can't call that Asia, but you Native Americans 30,000 years ago over here. All right, that makes sense.
Make it make sense.
Before you start trying to sound important and tell somebody who's been in this for a very long time to stay in their lane, let us figure out who she is. Where were you on the pipeline? Because we don't know you. Where were you during the Guatemalan struggle because the Koch brothers were kidnapping and raping and torturing indigenous peoples? Where were you on Big Mountain when our ancestors were getting abused by the United States government and they were trespassing on land, closing off water supplies to pregnant women and elders? Where were you? We didn't see you. Where were you in the Amis River when McCain was allowing the miners to dump trillion tons of raw sewage into our water supply? Where were you? Where were you when McCain decided to order in Indian land the barrels that had oil in them filled with water to give to indigenous peoples? Where were you? Oh, we didn't see you. But now you're on TikTok acting like you're intelligent off Google. The Dolls Row is still being used today. I didn't spread misinformation. I spread accurate information. What you're trying to do is Mickey Mouse around the truth. See, you play two sides, which makes you dangerous. You played against the erasure issue while you play against now truth, so that it could cover certain things to validate you and whoever you serve in your government affairs. See, we are Kichitas. We fight for all of our indigenous peoples from South America to North America to the islands and to even Africa. You want to Google, go Google something. You're funny, you're propaganda. You have 7,000 followers and you think you're doing something. I had 60,000 followers before I got banned off of TikTok and had to start over. You ain't doing nothing, ma'am. But let me tell you something. You are not important in this. Because see, we're tribal members that have had to fight against this United States government because they've been killing our kids. I'm a mother who lost my son to this war. So you stay in your lane before you try to tell me to stay in mine. Those 5 civilized tribes have came against us, utilizing the white people who claim that they are blood quantumed in when they are not. They just got in. And now they act like they're doing something when they're as dangerous as you. Those dolls rolls is in effect. Yes, the membership was closed, but the people today have to trace.
Man.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah, she was going in.
He went in hard. No diddy. She needed
You
that.
know what? Ah, shoot.
Yo,
Dang,
I
have that
wanted to
video?
ask Rob, does anybody remember what tribe? What was the tribe?
I can't remember, man. She been saying,
Because didn't she go at her because she was claiming her tribe?
I don't know how
Oh,
that.
I don't remember.
Because I could have sworn,
Yeah, it was a
tribe
trouble.
that she's from, and it
Yeah.
was different from the one from this lady, right? And then there's also another one that she said on Susan's Live a long time ago. I heard 3 different tribes.
Vaguely remember that shit.
La Chopper was saying that though. La Chopper was saying she claimed one tribe, then got called out for it, then claimed another one, and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Carolina said the same thing on Toxic Trend. She's on there too, and it was going in on her.
Yeah. They ain't got the audacity to go fuck with us. I don't know what she over on our side. Fuck with us, boy.
Bigger fish to fry.
Mm. Funny shit.
I know she said you can't put up a fact without explaining a fact. I gotta send you that one, Mo. I was like, huh? You can't put up a fact without explaining it. The fuck?
They're facts. They explain themselves.
Let me see if I can get this real quick. I think for me to close
Get put in timeout. Rob is on the roll tonight.
Nah, I think I'm gonna say this for a video because she literally said, because I had my son listen to it. She said, to explain the whole migration, she's like, I got a cousin on one side and then a cousin on the other side. And then she was like, and they have kids. I would be the common ancestor or something like that. I'm like, no, you are not the common ancestor of your cousins. It's the grandparent. The fuck kind of family you got?
Yeah. A lot of common ancestors around here.
I was like, do you not understand what common ancestor actually means? Hold on, is this it?
That was too quick.
Oh yeah, this is it. I think this is on it.
You just call me your common ancestor.
That can happen like after a couple hundred years or something. People start shuffling and mixing, like, but not immediately. We're like, yeah, cause like that quick, nigga. Let time go by, let people mix up.
No chill.
I think she keeps saying like migration's not in a linear thing, and I don't think anybody's ever said it was linear.
Mm-hmm. She is just trying. She do things to try to erase the migration. Like she don't want to put herself. She don't want to put the origin of the haplogroup in East Asia. You know what I'm saying? It's just anything but everything but East Asian.
Yeah.
You know,
they want to be separate people. I think that's what it is.
They're their own people. They're their own shit. That we got our own haplogroup. We're special, y'all. We ain't a part of everything else. We got our own shit here. And that's cool to believe that, but there's what you believe, and then there's facts.
Yep.
And no, let me be clear. No one's trying to disrespect anybody's origin story, because we all have one. All of our indigenous cultures have traditional origin stories and stuff like that. But what we coming from is from the signs. The good, the bad, and the motherfucking ugly. Yup, she mad. That shit connect to East Asia. And like you said, I think, some of these people, they take the DNA test, man, and they, they get mad, and who knows what goes through their mind, man. So
Yeah, she said,
You know what I'm saying?
what is the term she used? She said I was grape simp.
Right.
Yeah, apologist.
What she? A grape apologist.
A grape apologist and shit. Like, come on, y'all.
Yeah.
Like,
So when I say that she has to claim her majority, and she claims that her family members were sent off as young children to be the young wives of Spaniards, and that's how she got the DNA, and that her last Spanish ancestor is from 3 generations ago.
I mean,
so she doesn't have to choose her majority, and they made it up in eugenics. So she's not mixed; she's just native. And if you don't like certain people in your family, you can feel free. Like I played earlier, she said you can feel free to, or you should be allowed. You have the right to walk away from those people who aren't treating you right, like the Spaniards in her family. She feels like she could walk away from. And I don't remember who disagreed with that. Does anybody disagree that you have the right to walk away from people in your family who aren't treating you right?
Right. Yeah, no one disagrees.
We all agree, right? But I'm still African when I walk away. I'm gonna walk away from you tied to West Africa. I'm still the descendant of those people. It doesn't change. So when you walk away from those Spaniards in your family who are not treating you right, which I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, right? Look how they pulled up, look how they did. Walk away from them. And you still have to hold on to that DNA. Your DNA doesn't stay there. You don't just walk away. I'm gonna keep my 25 and y'all gonna hold that. That ain't how it works. But our majority has to be what the fuck we are. Her majority is not what she is.
Right. Because what she's doing,
should have did, like, and I kept throwing her that. I don't know if y'all caught that. I kept throwing her that over and over and over and over. That we just use these numbers because it's like a, it's something kind of to represent. Man, I'm 50% this and 50%. Like, go with that argument. She don't give a fuck. I'm not, even if I'm mixed, I'm not mixed because mixed don't exist. You get grape, it's canceled out. Respectfully.
Yeah.
If that what she's saying is true, that's 3 generations ago, that's how they was doing the native people, and she's related to them, and that's what she's been, feeling in her soul or whatever, cool. I'm just saying that when we use these rules, we can't use them on black people and then turn around, because the whole audience, besides pretendians, are cheering when you make somebody hold their majority. Ain't that the natural checkmate? Ain't that why he's walking around like a ghost right now? He's floating around, just like wandering or going through walls and ending up in strange places because of his DNA that he revealed, right? It was a good deal, and he had to hold his majority. But she don't have to hold it.
Yeah.
I don't think she's worried about she's not protecting her history. That wasn't her argument. Her argument was, I have more of a right to be a native than these niggas. They over here arguing, they ain't got shit. I'm gonna be pseudo just like them, but I'm gonna get them out the way first, and then I'm gonna fight for those people. So I'm up against the people that are teaching against the oral traditions, which we're not battling with oral traditions. It's science, right? And science proves itself. Then she's also going up against the pretendians, because they're claiming to be these natives, not claiming to be Spaniards. Well, I'll take that back, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They're not claiming to be those colonizers that pulled up. All right, they may be claiming to be Spaniards, but so she's fighting for them, and she has something to fight for. Like the lady was just saying in the video, like, who are you? What have you done? Where were you when we were fighting? This is how she's going to prove herself. She's going to get her stripes by coming after us.
Yep.
Which is totally unnecessary to the cause.
See how I push they shit in?
That's the weirdest shit.
You don't know the difference.
That's that Spaniard side fucking with us, y'all. Yo, that's that Spaniard side fucking with us, y'all.
I just don't like the fact that to be honest with you, it's a sympathy game at the end of the day, right? Because what she's saying is she doesn't She doesn't like the fact that she does have. Huh? Oh shit! Hold on. Just
She got 45% Spaniard and what,
Oh.
20% indigenous or something like that.
Oh shit! There we go. That shit started playing. Nah, the thing started playing. I was like, damn.
48, 25, something like that.
Yeah, no. What it is so the Spanish or the Spanish DNA or European DNA, right? She'll automatically, like, as soon as you say that, yeah, you got Spanish DNA, that's your majority. She automatically says, "Oh, all my ancestors was great." It's like, how do you know that? Like, how do you know that?
Because she did it. So let me stop.
Well, because it's like you're automatically saying that every single one of the Spanish or whoever it was in your family tree, that's how it all was. You don't really know that, but you want to say that because of the historical accounts, and even you don't even know if that happened to your family. But then,
why
what
would
she
you
did
make that up about your family though? That is wow.
Right, and the way that she shows that is she showed in one of the videos that I have. She said, well, one of the husband was like, I think he was like 30 something, and then her grandma was 16. She's like, well, who would ever do something like that? It had to be great. I was like, well, if you look at stuff historically back then, there was a lot of places such as like India. I'm not really sure about Mexico, but I do know India did it, and they did arranged marriages. That's one thing they did do. I want to say at a time, there were certain places where the legal age to marry was 16. That was in a lot of places before they changed it to 18. I think Hawaii was one. I think some of the states did it too. So it's not even you can get emancipated, and then I don't even know if you can still get married at 16, even if emancipated. But there was a lot of places where that did happen. But you can't automatically say that, oh, well, all of them was great. Well, well, shit, you just can't say that just by an age. Like, come on now. That's just bullshit.
Yeah, that's total bullshit.
But that's what she'll say. And she said it like she said that on the live.
Case in point, we read that Cortez was given, there's unique history behind. There wasn't a lot of resistance. There was a lot of, there was a lot of exchange of goods and women. Shit like that. That shit happened, man.
With certain groups.
Yeah, certain groups.
With certain groups.
Yeah.
But when she says it, it's every single one of her ancestors, like everyone that was with someone Spanish was automatically great. It's like,
yeah,
you just can't just be throwing that shit out. I was like, that's just fucking dishonest as hell.
You can have legitimate people that really fell in love with each other too. Shit like that. Yeah.
But that's what she pushes along the side of, things white supremacy, everything is anti-native, everything. It's like, yo, this shit's just. And I said it in one of my videos, like, this is kind of weird because every time I hear you, I was like, I'm not sure if it's like a feminist / something else. I was like, it just don't sound right because you're pushing way too hard on the other end of the spectrum. This is not even a conversation with you. And that's just me personally. That's from my observations. Like, and I didn't point and say this is what it was. It's like, I just can't put my finger on it because as far as I know, she has never been like this unless I didn't just see it. But it's almost like, pressure bust pipes. I know for the last year, she was catching hell from native saying you ain't native. And that's all they said. And then now it's like, why the hell are you coming at us for? You already know what we do. This is nothing new. So I don't know. The shit's just fucking weird.
Yeah, she's got a thing about fucking with us. I don't understand. But whatever. What the fuck? I ain't worried about it.
I guess people are diverging and they're speciating while they're diverging.
That's it, man. It's this new pseudoscience, man. We got to catch up.
Speciation.
They just carried everyone with them. They didn't leave anybody behind. They just did that. It's like, that wasn't just like a day trip. You talking about thousands and thousands of years, right?
He said,
So-
"Come on, little John, come across the ice. Grandma, you too. Granddad, you too. Everybody, the birds, the dogs, everybody, even the gerbil. Come on, go across the ice. No man, no woman left behind. And Asia was all empty.
Empty, yo.
Yeah, and look, and she tried. She was like, and even in that video that I showed you, she's like, yeah. So this is what Widow was talking about. I was like, man, no, it's not. She's like, yeah, we just brought our everybody with us. It's like, yeah, but they still left people that became Asians there too.
Fuck, yo. Come on, Grandma, you can't die here, yo. We gotta take you with us.
Nah, you know what it was? I guess over thousands of years when people were passing away, they just put them in the boxes or the bag and just kept on building bags. So when it was time to go, they just carried all the bags with them. They didn't leave no bones or nothing there, even though
left behind.
There are archaic samples of bones being in fucking Asia that they match to. What the fuck? The shit just, I don't know. You go too far from science, the shit's just, you just fuck yourself, to be honest with you.
Yeah. This shit's wild, man.
You know they figured it out before DNA, right?
Figure what out?
They concluded that they must have came from Asia before we had DNA.
Oh yeah.
Well, not before we had DNA, but before we had the technology.
Oh, yeah, before genetically, they already
confirmed it.
Yeah, genetics just kind of put the fucking nail in the coffin on that.
Yeah, I saw that in newspaper clippings.
Mm-hmm. It confirmed everything.
Asian or Chinese or something.
Hey, we can't hear you, Rob.
Oh, you talking to us?
Oh, that was weird.
Talking to somebody.
No, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good.
Oh, I forgot. It's the mic thing. But nah, even in that article with the Omax, it even said during that time that when they found it in the newspapers, they concluded that it was either Oriental or Chinese in origin.
Mm-hmm.
I think they used, I can't remember if they used Oriental or they used Chinese or they might have used Mongoloid, one of the two, but it was in the newspapers, both for those clippings that I have.
Yeah. They knew.
Jade, yeah.
They definitely knew. And they when genetics came around, it just confirmed what they knew, what they already assumed. And now we're moving forward. It's just finding accuracy on when and they came in there, when they come, how long ago they've been there. And 20,000 years, they got sites with footprints down there in South America. And what else? I think that's the oldest thing they got, but they don't have any remains, but they got footprints. And the only thing that they can really say is they can just push the date back on yes, they always been here, but it just pushed the date on how long they were here. Not that they didn't come from nowhere else, like they've been grown out the ground or nothing like that. It's just saying that you had an early arrival, an early arrival of humans. That's all it's saying. Oh shit, you about to?
Some guys know I'm more of your unknown warrior.
This is the indigenous erasure that I speak about, caused by our own people. So whether willfully ignorant or just plain ignorant, I would encourage you to educate yourself on the colonization of Southern natives. While we were all colonized, we were colonized differently. Ethnic Mexicans are indigenous. We are Native American. Mexico is still a part of North America. And just because Europeans created a border to separate our people, it did not remove our indigeneity. And just because Spaniards forced their bloodlines into our people, it did not remove our indigeneity. And just because they reclassified us many different times, it did not remove our indigeneity. And finally, just because Europeans detribalized us, which means we were forcefully removed from our tribes, it did not remove our indigeneity. If you're having a hard time learning about the history of Southern natives, I have plenty of content on my page where you can go start your education. Please stop contributing to the erasure of Southern indigenous people and go educate yourself.
She's on a mission, y'all. She is on a mission.
You know
So
what?
ethnic Mexicans are indigenous.
You know what? I'm tired of this. Hey, I'm gonna give y'all something. I'm gonna give y'all some homework to look up. I'm not gonna bring it up, but I want everybody to come to the same conclusion. When you get a chance, look this up. Manila gallon slave trade.
Oh man. Manila gallon?
Yep. Manila gallon slave trade. MANILLA GALL. I think it's EON slave trade.
Oh, you talking about to the Philippines?
That's not all where they went.
Spell it again. And what?
Hold on. Let me
talking about that in her book.
Manila.
God, what is wrong with my computer? Yeah. Manila gallon slave trade.
Spanish trade ships that linked the Spanish crown viceroy to New Spain, which is Mexico City, the Asian territories collectively known as the Spanish East Indies across the Pacific Ocean. The ships made 1 or 2 trip voyages per year between the ports of Acapulco and Manila in the late 16th to the early 19th century. The name of the gallon changed to reflect from which the city the ship sailed. Settling sail from Cavite in Manila Bay at the end of June or first week of July, starting the return journey from Acapulco in March to April of the next calendar year, and returning to Manila in June to July.
Yeah, so it's 15. I want to say it's 1540 to about 1818 or
Right.
1815. These were different areas that was centered in Mexico.
Or New Mexico.
No, it's Mexico.
It ain't.
Huh?
New Spain.
It said enslaved people from
current Mexico.
Mexico, yeah, in Mexico, they
Oh,
brought.
okay, yeah. I'm confusing that with New Mexico and New Spain. Yeah.
They ended up in Mexico.
Mexico City.
So that's something for y'all to look at because a lot of people don't know about this. They don't talk about this neither. But
that should have come up.
The Spanish inaugurated the Manila Gallon trade route in 1565 after the Augustinian friar and navigator Andres de whatever that is pioneered to the, don't know what that word is either, Torna Beje, a return route from Philippines to Mexico.
So you had on these trips, you had Asian, African.
Now I've heard Natural and her bring this up for 2 different reasons, but I didn't know it was that long or that early.
Yeah,
that was early and it lasted from 1565 to 1815.
Yeah.
So like I said, I'm bringing it up. Like I said, I'm not going to speak too much on it, but that is a trade that happened there. So if you know about anything else, I just want everybody to come to their own conclusions because I got my own. I'm not going to speak on it, but that's just another part of the story when you want to say that everyone is native and stuff like that. And then just to know that, you know, just how human stuff goes. That's why you'll see certain things reflected in DNA. And when people ask, you know, why am I having this in my DNA?
Yeah, of course.
Because there's a portion that y'all ain't talking about.
Right.
So
definitely good point. And I can hear potential bringing it up just for their own benefit too.
So like I said, I don't like I said, I'm not gonna bring too much, but I just want everybody to know that there was something else going on that they skip over. So it's not like it's a clear cut, you know, just the English coming over, because you know we got, you know, them pandemics, they only focus on the English part. And then when you talk to some of people from Mexico, they talk about, you know, the Spanish, but theirs kind of skips over this. They don't even address it. They talk about either, you know, the Mayas, no, I don't think it was Incas, but like the Mayas and all that stuff, the Aztecs and stuff down there, but they don't bring up this portion. And for it to last that long when them bringing people in, who knows what happened?
Yeah, the pretendians use it. The natives.
Oh yeah, they'll use that to make it sound like, yeah, they took over. And
yeah, because they say that this is when they got.
But I do know one thing is when she responded
look up the Indian slave trade.
Right.
When she responded to me talking about the Reconquista, saying when the Moors colonized Spain when the Moors colonized Spain during Reconquista, I was like, no, that's not what Reconquista is. They were expelling. That was the whole military campaign. The Reconquista at the end of it.
Right.
Slip up.
So it's like, do you not know what happened? And then when she brought up a history document trying to tell me, I was like, no, you got to do a little bit more than a history document. You better tell me about damn Lampesia, de Sangre. Tell me about that. What did that do? You better tell me about the Treaty of Tordesillas. Tell me all that shit. Don't just bring me up no history document after all the shit I didn't look at. It's going to take you a lot more. Don't bring that shit up.
She said the Reconquista was the colonization by the Moors. That's backwards.
Yep.
That's when they were going to get them back off the territory, right?
Right. Yeah. They was getting kicked out there.
Yeah, Reconquista is them kicking them out. The last battle, I think it was the fall of, was it Granada? Is it Granada?
I think so.
Yeah, it was like the last military fort, and it was like, and then it was like, yo, you got to get out. And then even so, she was like, oh, they didn't kick them all out. I was like, I didn't say they kicked them out, but it was a campaign to expel them out of Spain.
Yeah, that was the whole point.
Yeah.
And they had some, and there was still some left over. And then I think it was a few years later, they was like, nah, it's time to get down and lay down. You either convert or you dead. And that was the last bit that was there, because I think they tried to do another uprising. If I remember correctly, the Moors tried to do one more uprising after, and it was like, nope. And I think that happened in I don't know if it was in the 1500s or so. After, or it might have been the late 1400s or early 1500s. I got to go back and look, but nah. I was like, nope, you ain't about to hit me with that. You just don't know that shit at all, so stop it. And that was in one of the videos she sent to me, and I was like, man, you got to be out your mind.
She washed up, y'all. Washed up.
Yeah. Nothing, like I said, my biggest thing is I've seen some of the natives that used to be cheering for us in her comment section talking so greasy. Oh, they're lame. They don't know what you're talking about. And then I see damn old JB. Oh, they don't know the science. It's like, dude, you spent so much time picking out documents and reading them. And I told you, just read the document. And now you don't want to? Nah, you get it too then.
Yeah, I don't want to read shit. That's a damn dead ringer.
Yeah. It's like, just be honest. She knows the science. She's her head so much above the waters. No, bro. No.
His head ain't.
Nigga, something else between them cheeks.
Yo, you said a nigga look like a whale or some shit. What was that shit you said? Yo.
I don't even remember. I don't know nigga ass. I was being petty.
A whale, a beluga whale or some shit.
That nigga got that big ass hump on his forehead.
Oh. And I wasn't gonna say anything, you know. Like I said, I thought my man was, you know, he was all right, but you know, when he was talking shit to Sudan, I was like, "Yo, what the fuck this come from?"
All the niggas end up talking shit, man.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, shut the fuck up." I was like, "You got to be out." I was like, "Oh, so you hardcore now? What the fuck is this?" All right. And then I'm looking back at these messages, calling Jazz an idiot, calling us, we don't know the science. I was like, "Oh, all right, dude."
The whole 360.
He won't even talk to us though. He just keeps talking to her.
That's what's crazy.
On the same panel, and he won't say one word to me. He just talked to her. He let us.
Nigga ain't used to have no problem coming over there at all.
BGP.
Call that nigga out. He likes some BGP.
Let me play this real quick. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, what up?
Yep. Let me play this real quick. Because these motherfuckers keep switching that shit up every day.
Yeah, shit.
China, Halabi. All day long, Halabi. You said somebody was coming at you in the comments? No, someone said Halato, so I was speaking Choctaw, yeah. I thought he said somebody was talking crazy in the comments. I'm like, tell they must to come up. Don't be commenting. Come speak, man. Y'all gotta come up. Y'all ain't gotta be in the comments, Joe. We ain't cussing nobody out. We know our culture, which I don't got. How don't Choctaw? How don't we? What Mongol mean? What Mongolian mean? I don't know. That's over in the old world. Huh? That's the old world shit. I don't care about that stuff over there. I'm telling you, I'm from here. So you don't know your roots? So you're saying that indigenous people, like, they didn't originally come from Asia? No. See, I told you. They were so they were always here, like, even in the beginning of time? Yes.
That's what these niggas believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
How the fuck was he using the haplogroups the other time?
This shit 2 minutes ago.
Who is that?
Yeah. That was Choctaw.
Boom hired.
I know it's Choctaw, but who is he talking to?
He is talking to some dude named State Citizen.
Hold on, that's Choctaw?
Yes.
Yeah.
The same nigga that was just trying to argue with us in
Choctaw saying fucking X2 is an American haplogroup, y'all.
That's what I'm saying. How the fuck you using the haplogroups then, nigga? If you was always here.
You don't know. He's just silly, man.
Told you, niggas. That's all they do. They use the science when it's convenient, and then they disregard the shit when it proves where the fuck they come from.
He thinks that he seriously thinks that X2A haplogroup is a haplogroup all of its own of American origin. That's what he thinks.
He's not X2A though, is he?
I don't know what he is, but
he said he was, and then
he said he was because that's a unique one.
Article.
Close he is.
He took a test in the 90s and in 95.
Right.
Before the human genome was sequenced.
I showed you.
We can't confirm or deny his shit, but I know that he claiming it.
You know what? Hold on. Do I still got it?
Because I had made
He was claiming some rare blood type. That some Native American had, and he told those my people, so I got the same blood type. And it said out of all of them, it was only 13 people or 3 people that they traced that had that shit. He think that's him.
Yeah, he think he a rare breed. That motherfucker probably A, B, or C haplogroup at best.
Definitely something special. Shit, motherfucker here.
Right.
Oh, here. I showed this before, but someone said that I can use this to show what X2A is. And I'll show this right now.
Yeah, it's like 12,000 years old, came over here.
And I'll show you what it says. Because Someone told me they had it, and I was like, "Nah, you ain't got that." And they was like, "Yeah, I do." I was like, "Oh shit, send that to me," and they did.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
They got a sub. They got one of the subs.
Me, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And they told me that I can use it to show. I just never had a chance. I think I sent it to y'all.
It is Eurasian and a motherfucker, y'all.
Yeah, because I wanted to make sure. I was like, "Yo, send this to me so I can actually take a look at what it says," because I'd never seen it before. So let me make sure I sanitize these. All right, here we go. I don't know what the fuck wrong with my damn. Yeah, I definitely need to reset my damn computer. All right, let me pull up these and I'll show this. Because I did bust one person out, because what they tried to do is when they look up the haplogroups and it says that this tribe is known to have this, they think they automatically have it without taking the test. I was like, yeah, it don't work like that.
No, it don't. That's a rare haplogroup. You know.
Yep.
There's a small percentage of natives that have that shit.
Yep. And like I said, some of the ones that try to claim it have never taken their DNA test. So I will show that now. Let me open up all this shit.
It's Eurasia.
The hell? Why is it showing the same damn one?
Hey, we're both. Was it the remains of X2A in Eurasia too?
Say it again.
Living
oh no.
Was it like a
skeletal remains?
Not that I know of, not in Eurasia. I have to look, but there is one here. I forgot. I had it written down somewhere.
So they used the people in Eurasia.
Yeah, it's connected to
X2A was over there, and they used the skeletal remains in America.
Yeah, it's actually Kennewick Man. Kennewick Man is connected to X2A.
Yep.
Right,
Yes.
but I just wanted to know if they had like a body over 10,000 years old that they got X2A out of in Eurasia, or if they use living people.
That I don't know, and that's a good question. I'm curious now that you said something. I mean, they might have one over there. I don't know, but that's a good question.
This one, close this one. All right, I'm just getting these material in. Migrations. All right, so the migrations. I don't need that one. This one. This one. Yep, and this one. All right, here we go. Oh shit! What the hell happened? Y'all still hear me?
Yeah, you good?
All right, here we go.
Yep.
All right, so let me present. Share screen. Entire screen. I had to make sure her name wasn't on there. All right, so the first one is there's the origins. So this one, which you'll see, this is X2A. So maternal haplogroup is X2A, and it tells you out of Eastern Africa, they branched off in diverse groups that cross and recross the globe over tens of thousands of years. So this is the migration, and then it shows the visual representation L to L3, N to X, and then straight across. Also, let me see, what was the next one? This gives you another representation of that when you go down. And it tells you if every living person today could trace his or her maternal line back over thousands of generations. And then it tells you that a single woman who lived in Eastern Africa between 150,000 years and 200,000 years ago. She is one of perhaps thousands of women alive at the time. Only the diverse branches of her haplogroup have survived to today. The story of your maternal line begins here. And then it tells you the years. So it's L3. N was 59,000 years ago. X, 32,000 years ago. X2A, 12.5 years ago, 1,000 years ago. So then it also gives you this one. And so she is 1 in 26,000 of 23andMe customers. And then it also says you share a maternal lineage with the ancient one, which is the Kennewick man. This is the story here. And it tells you about the Kennewick man and the skulls and the bones. So here. And there it is again, X2A. So there's the story. And the last one, let me see, is that the last one? Oh no, this one. And here is the origins. So geneticists believe that over the generations, a relatively small number of people carried X2A on an incredible journey, migrating within a few dozen generations from the Middle East straight across Asia and into North America until 12,000 years ago. They could have crossed from Asia to North America on foot. The massive amount of water frozen in the glaciers that covered much of the northern hemisphere during the Ice Age lowered sea level about 300 feet. So this is telling you about, that portion. Joining Siberia and Alaska into a single landmass, people bearing X2A likely squeezed through a small ice-free corridor that separated two major glacial ice sheets in northwest North America around 15,000 years ago. So that is the story of X2A, which the lady sent me of her test. So it's been confirmed. And if he was X2A, he would be able to show this same thing, which I'm showing, which he has not.
You can't show that.
Nope.
That's the problem. And that's rare to find one like that, X2. But that's it. That confirms that these are East Asian origin mitochondrial lines. You look at Thing and Bear, shout out to Sing and Bear, he's a C haplogroup. Brown Girl Pride, her shit was B. I mean, this is the alphabet soup of the people of America via East Asia. But, it's crazy, man.
All right, that's what it is. It's just X.
Huh?
It's just X down in Eurasia, and then it's X2A.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it branched off. Because I think Africa or something got an X or some shit like that. Because I think I gotta check, but there's two X's, and then the one X2 split, and it just went along with the people in the Bering Strait and all of that through that route.
Oh, and it could be back migration.
Yeah. But the only remains that I know of that connects to that haplogroup is the Kennewick man.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got D haplogroup. That's the Enzic site. They got the Enzic site. So you got A, B, C, D haplogroup. You have all of these remains or some type of genetic sampling where they can test these haplogroups and connect them directly back to the fucking continent of Eurasia. Ain't no getting out of that.
Yeah. But at this point, it's either if they don't want to deal with any kind of science or any historical thing, just stay away. I
don't want to have a conversation.
Yeah, just get in your own little corner and think you came from wherever.
Yeah.
You know, it's no point in this. Is you're not going to pick up a science book or even read this shit and read all the paragraphs and take some time to actually read the shit. There's no sense in having the conversation. You know, all they're really doing is getting in the way, and they're getting mad. You know, if you want to cheer, cheer, but don't jump on the panel and keep your shit to yourself, and then go about your business.
Well, look for you.
Yeah, like what are we gonna do? We're not gonna stop people from saying Asia.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that type of power. You got to go to the people writing the books, the papers, the studies, the people in the labs with all of the data, and the shit is populated already. As soon as they put in a certain haplogroup, hey, go in there and get them to change their systems. It says Asia and all their computers. We can't stop the shit. So that's how you know the shit is fake anyway. It's just she's looking for attention and she's getting us to respond to the shit. That's why I'm just slide her this piece of paper and leave her ass the fuck alone. Unless she want to do a debate. If she do a debate, then I'll entertain that shit to the build up for the debate. But other than that, she running us in a million circles and she's agreeing. So basically, you fucking with us at this point.
Mm-hmm. I agree with everything. You're just not saying it right. What the fuck are you talking about? That's why I didn't even get
from what I think is going on, what I think is really going on, I accept she probably is misunderstanding some shit, but she, even when she figures it out, she don't give a fuck. If it's pride, or it could be a mixture of pride and she has an ulterior motive. And I'm leaning towards the ulterior motive. She is trying to accomplish something, and that's not really my battle for her. If the natives want to let her do what the fuck she doing, then that's their right to. But I'm just offended because she used the science against my people and then turned around and tried to use it on me. But you're in agreement, but you're trying to disagree with me. Like, where is you going with this shit? So you're going to use me to try to earn stripes for whoever the fuck you're showing off for. I don't get that. If y'all really about that shit, when leave her the fuck alone and don't even respond and just ignore the shit and move forward, she should start ending up arguing with these people outside of universities and writing papers and shit and really putting her foot on the ground. If it's that serious. I don't know. From what I heard, natives are not worried about that. That's not their concern. They got other fish to fry. People on their land, still taking their kids. You know, they're getting people trying to regulate them on their own land, but said that they got their own authority and shit. They got other arguments going. People building on their shit, drilling, inching up on their shit, moving them back. It's eminent domain, all this crazy ass shit. Nah, come on. They're not worried about the word Asia.
Hey Mo, just to come back with the X, yeah, they got a spot in Ukraine. The Ukraine, it says one of the oldest known examples of X haplogroup, not specifically X2, comes from the Upper Paleolithic site in Ukraine. This site is famous for its intricate bone carvings, including bracelets, figurines, and decorative motifs, all made from monolith ivory. These artifacts provide insight into the symbolic and the artistic expression in early European cultures. And then they got another site, let's see, Czech Republic.
X2A? I mean, you said X2.
The X, it says X, not specifically X2, but it's from the line. And then they got another one in Czech Republic. The Upper Paleolithic site is famous for the Venus figures. That Venus figures that, you know, when I first saw that Venus figure, I thought that was a black woman, but apparently that's a European figure. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? That Venus
figure was Asian.
I honestly, just by at first, if we're playing lookership, I thought it was like a sister. But that particular piece is a Czech piece, and it says we're among the earliest examples It says, while the remains from this site have been analyzed, various genetic markers, including those related to haplogroups, in its part broader, the context of X haplogroup lineages might have been present. And then they have another one in Luxembourg. I think that's in Germany. Luxembourg, the rock shelter in Luxembourg is a monolithic site where remains of a male individual were found. This individual mtDNA was classified under haplogroup X2b, a subgroup of X2. Artifacts associated with the site include flint tools and evidence of hunting activities. It says another spot in Germany, several Neolithic sites in Germany, such as those in Lanier pottery culture, LBK, have yielded human remains with haplogroup X2. Artifacts from these sites typically includes pottery, farming tools, evidence of early agriculture practices. The connection to X2 haplogroup helps traces the migration of early farmers from the Near East into Europe. So yeah, this is definitely a European haplogroup. You find it mostly in Europe. These sites. Let me see another one. Austria. Yeah. So yeah. That shit is not American, y'all. X2 is a European Eurasian haplogroup, and part of that family ended up in America. They branched off, yo. That's how it is. But shit, man, I'm gonna wrap this thing up, man. I ain't gonna stay on this joint long. It's late. Y'all know it's late for me. Y'all know it's late. All right. But yeah, everybody tune in for Blackwater's debate. Y'all is at 7 tomorrow. Make sure y'all set that. You guys catching the replay. Kentucky's gonna be the moderator, and I'm gonna sit back and watch this shit. I'll be back on the scenes, making sure it's running right. But yeah, y'all make sure y'all support Blackwater. This is his first debate to get to pop his little debate cherry.
And who is it? Flex, right? Skywalker dude.
Yeah. This shit about to be crazy.
What's the topic?
It's Cherokee.
That's part of the craziness, nigga.
Wait, what? Wait. What's the topic?
The Cherokee.
Cherokee is the Cherokee black people.
Oh shit! All right.
The original Cherokees being black folks.
Oh,
shit like that. You know, ain't no change.
Yeah.
Different toilet. That's wild, man. That's wild.
Oh shit! All right.
But shit, man. Thank y'all for coming.
All right, y'all.
God bless you. Good night on this joint. But yeah, tune in tomorrow, man, and make sure y'all follow Rob, follow Suit, Mo. Make sure y'all follow everybody and Suit too. Peace, fam. I'm gonna go ahead and drop it out and close it with the theme music, man. Y'all have a good night, man. Good morning.
Peace, morning, everyone. Y'all have a good one.
All right.
Rob out.
Peace. I gotta give me some like eggs and bacon time right about now.
All right. Peace.
All right, peace, man. Peace.
All right.
Peace, bro. Yeah, y'all tune in tomorrow, man. Make sure y'all go ahead. Make sure y'all hit the likes before y'all go. Go ahead and do that. Do that. All right, y'all. I'm about to just shut it down. No closeout music tonight, family. Peace, y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Stay tuned. Like I said, tomorrow, come on in and check out Blackwater's debate. And that should be a good one. What else I got before I go? I'm gonna get into market trading and stuff like that, getting into the markets and doing some trading, talking about some Black wealth. We should be able to expand the conversation. I think the conversation need to be expanded to like some type of wealth building, some type of wealth creation for us. And I like to talk about that and maybe set up programs to show folks strategies on how to invest and how to make some change out here. I feel like we are upon a bull run right now. These Fed rates are about to get dropped. The bulls are in. Money is to be made. There's been a strong ass bull run between since November. If you had any money in the market, you've done well. So I like to talk about that a little bit more. So that's coming soon. I won't tell y'all when, but it's coming soon. But other than that, good night, peace, y'all. I'm out. I'm just gonna just shut this shit down because I'm tired. Feel like old times. I can't believe I stayed up this late, y'all. This is crazy. Shout out to Hoodoo, everybody for coming in. The Kylie, I see you in there. Nova. Shout out to Nova, been around since like day one. All right, y'all. Peace. I'm out for this time. Love y'all.